Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. We are going to be showcasing all three games in the series. We're going to be starting off with Mirror of Fate. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Games Done Quick will be at PAX East 2024. We'll be holding a speedrun marathon live at PAX East from March 21st through 24th. Submissions are open from now until February 29th. You can use !PAX in Twitch chat, or you can go to paxeast.com. paxeast.gamesdonequick.com to submit your runs. Also, GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales, is coming up March 3rd through 10th. The schedule is out now. You can use !FF in Twitch chat to learn more. Some prize submissions are open now until February 28th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information. With all of that said, I am joined here by Dude. Dude will be running the game for us today. We are again going to be running Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, which is the second in the series, so we're going to be jumping around a little bit today, but that's all good. Whenever you are ready. Are you ready, Dude? Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. So, like I said, this is the second in the game. This is... right now we're in the prologue, so we're going to be playing as Gabriel. And this is a very slow section. It's just kind of teaching us the mechanics of the game. And I guess, just to make it clear to everybody at home, Dude will not be talking for this, so I will be commenting. So, when you didn't hear Dude say anything, it's all good. That is intended. There's no tech issues here. So, unlike the other two games in the series, Mirror of Fate is actually a 2D side-scroller, kind of Metroidvania. So Gabriel has some different moves at his disposal. Obviously, he can dodge roll, he can do lights and heavies, and he will have... Alright, Ray, you don't need to call me out in chat. That's unnecessary. I guess also we are playing on New Game Plus, so we do have access to... I believe it's... So... access to most of the things in the game. It's been a hot minute since I've played this, but if I remember correctly, New Game Plus still omits a few things. Well, so story progression-based things and like 1 or 2 combos. Somebody mentioned in chat this is a 3DS game port. All 3 games are made by the same company who made Metroid Dread, so they're all made by Mercury Stream. But yeah, so this is the company that made Metroid Dread. So... again, we're going to be jumping around in plot here. This game is taking place... so that prologue was taking place before the first game. Basically, the plot is... Gabriel was off doing a quest for the Brotherhood of Light. And at the same time, his wife was giving birth to his son, Trevor. Sorry. I think I said Gabriel. If I didn't, Gabriel was off performing a mission. At the same time, his son was being born. And the head of the Brotherhood of Light kind of came in and was like, look, Gabriel is going to become evil, so we're going to take your son from you. So they took Trevor... and Trevor was raised by the Brotherhood of Light, and Gabriel never knew about him. Now we're flashing forward to Simon Belmont, who is Trevor's son. Simon was a very young child when they kind of ran off. And Trevor disappeared. We're going to be jumping back in time a little bit here, but right now we are playing as Simon. And again, kind of a little bit of a tutorial, just letting us know kind of your basic mechanics. You can dive roll. There's parts to replenish your sub weapons. We are currently have the axes. There is also magic in this game. Each character has different kinds of magic. We'll see that. There are 3 characters we'll be playing. We'll get to that eventually. And this is kind of telling you, hey, you can use your whip to grapple eventually, but you can't right now. So the lore of this series is something. I was actually talking with one of the renders we'll have later on, and apparently the second game is actually the second game contradicts itself inside of it. So take everything with a little bit of grain of salt here. So this section here, skipping enemy. Oh, I've never seen that animation. That was interesting. Skipping fights because they're not required, and taking these fights is slow if you don't have to do them. And so we're kind of underneath the castle. We're trying to climb up to it. Anytime you see dude break crates or anything like that, just looking for a specific, or sorry, not a specific, you're looking for heart drops for your sub weapons, because sub weapons are really strong in boss fights. Okay, that's like 3 times in a row you've done that high climb animation. I didn't know that was a thing, so that's interesting. Geez, let me dive into my mind palace here of what that creature was. I believe that creature is like an attendant of the Mirror of Fate. I think that's the lore thing. Anyways, just trying to lead you in the right direction here. This is going to be a little bit of an arena fight here. I guess first we get our first magic power, which is going to be Sypha. And we now have the ability to block incoming damage. This is going to be especially useful for the terrain. The acid we were seeing earlier is not... You take damage when going through it. So this is going to help us clear one of the obstructions to progress further in the game, which will allow us to, you know, go through this acid waterfall without taking any damage. Or less damage. You can actually... I'm going to continue to be amazed by this weird animation I have never seen before. Yeah, that enemy will sometimes just be a jerk and block you there, but not a big deal. You just try it again and you're all good. So this here is the obstacle I was talking about. It's like acid waterfall. There's going to be a bigger one coming up here. You saw that little bit of optimization at the beginning, just trying to dash in to get as much distance inward as possible, because when you walk through it, it is incredibly slow. The description says that skeleton thing is the embodiment of fate itself. Oh boy! Excellent. I don't think I actually ever knew that it was actually just straight up fate. That is interesting lore. Yeah, this part's kind of slow. Unfortunately, you just kind of have to pull boxes, which is slow, through acid, which is slow. If at any point in time anybody has any questions in chat, feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer them with the knowledge that this game's lore is wonky, so there are some things I might have forgotten because it didn't make sense, so I just erased it from my memory. Okay, so he is a part of the mirror, which only brings more questions as to why it doesn't show up at later points in time, but we're not gonna dwell on facts like that. Also, I want to point out, for as much crap I give the lore, I do like these games. These games are good. You should play them. With the acknowledgement that after the end of the first game, the end of the first game is where the coherent plot ends, and once the first game DLCs start, it starts getting a little weird, and then it all hands off. It's just interesting. So we are out of the acid pits. We are going to progress into our first boss here. For anybody who is interested in where this takes place in the timeline, this takes place some point before the prologue of the third game. I don't exactly know when, but definitely before that. This is currently Simon Belmont. So so take all of the lineage you knew prior. This is Simon Belmont, who is Trevor Belmont's son, who is Gabriel Belmont's son. Don't ask questions. Do ask questions, though. So this is the Night Watchman. He will have several phases here. You'll see that the Watchman kind of like fades into the background and then comes back in. If you are not careful, the Watchman can grab you with his rod staff thing and put you into a QTE, and it is really annoying. Like this, yeah. Commentator curse, I apologize. So this phase, the Watchman will do these kind of patterns, and you just have to avoid it, and then eventually the Watchman will come back in. Yes, so, I guess, since we are started on the second game, we do have to add that addendum, that Gabriel Belmont is Dracula. Gabriel was not always Dracula, but is Dracula. So actually, I was saying earlier I don't remember exactly when this game takes place. That's not entirely true. This game takes place, it has to be, the first game is like early 1100s, so this game has to take place in like the 1160s, so that's like 500 to 600 years before, or 600 to 700 years before the prologue of the next game. And like 1,000 years prior to the main events of the second game. So, I think the reasoning behind, because there is a, I don't know. I think it is a cool mechanic if done incredibly correctly to make a timeline where the Belmonts become Dracula. I think that it was a little forced, and if they had done it better, I would have been more okay with it. I think in general the idea of having a Belmont as Dracula is okay, it's just I wish it would have been done a little bit cleaner. Do we keep commentary on spoiler safe? For a little bit. Since we will see it in this game, I think it is appropriate that we leave it for a little bit. People will get to see it, although at the same time, we're obviously starting with the second of 3 games, so there's spoilers. Unless I have missed something huge in this game, we don't have one-shot abilities for bosses or anything like that. Trying to make sure that that is accurate and I'm not lying. I believe that is accurate. We did get the second sub-weapon for Simon here, which was the Holy Water. The Holy Water is Holy Water. Yeah, you all know what the Holy Water is if you've played a Castlevania game. It's a throwable. It will land on the ground and do a little bit of DOT, damage over time. This here is the bane of speedrunners, because all you need to do is cross that gap. And it is possible to get the distance, but there is an invisible wall. So instead of just going to your objective, we have to go all the way around. Us speedrunners have spent so much time trying to get past that wall, because it would save an incredible amount of time. But instead, we have to go the intended route, which is tragic. You will recognize. We'll be coming through this area eventually. You'll notice it a few times. We're gonna come back. I think this is one of the few places you come back as every character. This game also has a problem where I think every speedrunner in this game has run into this, where depending on which version you are, the grab points are different, and they don't like to highlight the first time, so you'll be like, I'm pretty sure it's here, and you'll go there, and it's like, no, the grab point's not highlighted, then you go somewhere else, and it's like, there's no grab point here. And you go back to the first place, it's like, no, this is exactly where I thought it was. Great, thanks, game. Which is the problem with coming back here as all 3 characters, because your muscle memory is all sorts of out of whack, because you go to, like, every side for every level. So obviously the puzzle here is you raise the water so you can climb up higher. If you're going to ask something like, well, why would a castle have that? Don't, because I don't have an answer for you. But also do ask questions. I keep saying don't ask questions, and questions are always welcome, but I don't have an answer for you. I apologize. It's Castlevania. A lot of questions here. You might have noticed, like 40 or so seconds ago, there was like a body that was kind of highlighted. I have never seen a fast slide like that. That's okay. That's cool. Anyway, the body was kind of glowing. That's because there's like lore on that body. They have a document or something you can go read, and it'll tell you a little bit about whatever mission they were on, a little bit more about the story. Might also give experience. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember. It's been so long since I picked one up. I'm sure I could try and find parallels between this game and Ocarina of Time, but I haven't played Ocarina of Time, so I wouldn't be the best person to do so. But yeah, it's basically Ocarina of Time, except 2D. So we are now further inside the castle. We're still... I don't actually remember the name of the ability we're going to get, but it's like another ghost, and it's going to be our offensive ability, but we're basically going through the entire castle to get there. We're now going to be introduced to puppets. Puppets are annoying. They can go up or down. Basically, they have like a bottom height and a higher up height, and they can cycle between the two. That was a nice... two very nice sub-weapon throws. Like pretty much... Well, actually, I don't remember all of the movement of the first one, but like the second game, aerial enemies are kind of annoying to deal with. You don't have the best tools to deal with them, depending on where they are on the screen. Obviously, you saw that, which was able to hit decently, but can be a little tough to manage. You're doing a very good job here. Heading into the terrace here. Definitely nothing could ever go wrong here. The terrace, I believe, is also visited by everybody. I mean, technically a lot of these places will be visited, but they're... some are more impactful than others. Some you just kind of like run through. Here we are into the courtyard. You'll notice that it kind of zooms out and shows that window in the top left. A little bit of foreshadowing. That courtyard is going to be important in a few moments here. So anytime you see these symbols on the left and right, those like runes. It's basically a fight you have to complete before you can progress. You are not able to leave until you have defeated all the enemies that spawn. That'll come up quite a bit. About the rolls, does he have to block to roll faster like on 3DS? I believe the answer is no. I think you can just roll and it is max speed. So we have the, I guess the embodiment of faith here, kind of. So, yep, we're going in the right direction. Can't believe Sarge let somebody else play LOS. Look. I am so happy that other people are playing Lords of Shadow games today.
Behind a woman.
So here is the, I think this is just straight up death. But anyway, you'll notice that dude went for like a wind-up attack. It is an incredibly powerful attack we have, but it is incredibly slow. Which is why you don't always see him going for it. Very nice cycle there. Again, like I said earlier, sub-weapons are incredibly strong. So you get in close with those axes and you just throw a bunch and then they're gone. That is our second boss down. Still many more to come. Then we've got this incredibly long climb up here. This is just basically a long vertical scaling section. There's a little bit of like puzzles and stuff, but sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. That was the intro to that. We have to go backwards at first. We will come back here later. But first, we need to get our old friend here. So there are teleporters, obviously that just introduced the teleporters. So we are now able to teleport to places we have opened. So this is not technically the intended way to do this. This is kind of a speedrunner strat. Normally, you're supposed to keep going through that section and then wrap all the way around. But we figured out that if you just checkpoint abuse here, you can just go backwards to the portal or the teleporter you just took, which is much faster than the alternative of playing through the rest of the area here. So the magic power we just got is now an offensive magic, I guess. It's weird to call them like magic because they're like you're summoning, you're requesting the help of ghosts, but it's not quite summoning. I don't know. Anyway, the magic that Simon uses is offensive. It is required progression. Otherwise, we would skip it. Because I don't think it's that strong. I might be wrong, but I've never felt that it was super strong. Somebody in chat has mentioned that the teleporters work the same way as in Dread, so yeah, you teleport the matching colors. I didn't actually know that's how Dread worked, but yeah, there's 3 different colors throughout the castle, and once you kind of activate the hub world, you can visit any of those colors and then teleport back to the hub world and then teleport throughout. Is this game available on Switch or PS5? I don't know. Let's, I know it's 3DS and PC, and I'm going to assume that's it. Or I guess there's probably like old school console releases, so 360, PS3 if I had to guess. Looks like, yeah, there was a PS3 and 360 version, a 3DS version, and the PC port. This is a fun carousel section where you have to dodge everything, and then it speeds up and reverses direction. It'll also reverse direction if you get hit, which is annoying. I'm not entirely sure if getting hit delays the timer. It might. I'm not 100%. Get that little bit of a cutscene, a little bit of a spoiler, or a look into what's happening. You noticed that there was somebody down there pushing a statue. We'll see a little bit of that in like, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm remembering the order that this game goes in my head. Yep, in about 20-30 minutes. That is actually something I do like about this game, is the way they routed the story for the characters. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is made by the same developer as Metroid Dread. So any similarities, that would be why. And like I said earlier, they actually made all 3 Lords of Shadow games, which is pretty cool because the other 2 are not 2D side-scrollers. Yeah, so the easiest way to play this in modern times would be Steam. But that requires access to a computer, which you may not have, or, well, a computer good enough to run games. I don't think this game's particularly intensive, but it does still require Steam. If you have a 3DS and can find a cartridge, or... yeah, Steam would be the easiest in modern day. And here, this is the reason we have to backtrack for our friend here, the offensive magic. That is the only reason we need him, because otherwise, that wyvern breaks the destroys the chain, and then we plummet to our death. That is the reason we spent like 15 minutes to go get that summon. Going back to where you can find this, Gargoyle might be accurate. Going back to where you can find this also does go on sale pretty often on Steam, if cost was a deciding factor for you. All of the Lords of Shadow series does go on for pretty cheap every few months, I believe. I got this game, I got this game and LOS 2 for like 10 Canadian 5-10 years ago. It was definitely not 10 because this game had just come out, so 5-7 years ago. And then somebody asked, this is a question a while back, would any of the Belmonts eat their pizza with pineapple?
Simon.
No.
Come, Simon. Come closer, Simon.
So this is the final boss of Simon's side.
Come on, Simon, get closer. Join us. Stay there, my sweet.
This is an incredibly annoying fight because of how the phases work. Actually, now that I think about it, I said earlier that the offensive magic sucked for everything but this section. It will actually help you in one of the later cycles because it will always shoot at the real succubus.
Don't you like how I kiss Simon?
Fortunately, the way the first cycle works, you can just get off. I don't actually remember what that attack is called, but you can get that off fully, clear the first cycle. The second cycle, unfortunately, you're not able to do that. There you go. Alright, maybe I was wrong. It was fourth phase?
You'll pay for this, Simon.
Or I'm completely misremembering how many phases. There we go, the fifth phase. There's a lot more phases of the boss than I remember, yeah. So you can see the offensive magic always points towards the one that is real. A little bit more left for boss, and then we are out of Simon's part.
You fight well.
Yeah, you actually did not miss Lords of Shadow. We are doing them slightly out of order. So, you will still have a chance to see Lords of Shadow. So, Simon shows up, confronts Dracula, and then it kind of fades. And now we're playing as Alucard. Alucard wakes up from his slumber in the castle. If I remember correctly, also isn't completely sure what's going on. But might be sure what's going on. I do not remember at this point if Alucard has his memories or not. Dude going for the safer strat here. There is a yellow strat where you can try to just drop from that height and land a very, probably frame perfect dash that will save you having to do the few like jumps back and forth. But if you miss, you will hit the death plane and die. So definitely understandable. I'm pretty sure I get punished for it every single time I go for it. This is a fight you are not supposed to win. So, there is no problem with dying there. It is scripted. Mechanic we didn't really talk about was that Simon had to breathe. Alucard doesn't have to breathe, so Alucard can stay underwater forever. Okay. I am being told that Alucard does not currently know what's going on. I was correct. I guess we should talk about Alucard's sub-weapon, the bats. Alucard can throw a swarm of bats at enemies, and it'll stun them. And I can't remember if it's always guaranteed, but sometimes it'll put them in a state where you can execute them. Didn't really talk about it, which is my bad. Enemies can go into a low health state, where they start glowing and they kind of look dazed, and you can execute them. The bosses all had that glowing effect, and enemies also have that, which is kind of like a quick kill, and I believe it rewards you magic points to do it, or orbs, magic replenishment orbs. That was also a forced fight. You could not get over those fire flames. They would kill you. Yeah, all three characters have their own specific magic and sub-weapons. They're all different in terms of gameplay, which is really cool. Is this where he gets the Casagrim? No, I do not believe that is this game. Although, the lore is sort of blending. I believe... that doesn't even happen on screen, if I remember correctly. So that was the perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, where the bats would put enemies into that execution state. Makes those groups of enemies really easy to dispatch, because those are actually pretty annoying to deal with. So this is introducing a puzzle mechanic. You have these blocks, which are pretty self-explanatory. You have a very heavy block that is magnetic. You have a pressure plate, and you have a magnet. There was also the block that blew air to get you up here. Now you have a fire block and this hand, which is being held up by ropes. Get rid of the hand. You're able to progress, and then you have this air block, which will push air through the tube to move the heavy block onto a pressure plate. Alright. Turbo has confirmed that it does happen off-screen like I thought. This is something really cool. This is a huge puzzle that you're supposed to do. And dude, a few days ago found out that you can just go to the clues and mash A and skip the entire puzzle, which saves, like, probably 2 minutes. It's at least a minute. It is incredibly cool. Now we're going back to the terrace. Like I said, nothing bad could ever happen here, except this boss fight. Nice. Very well angled attack there. Yeah, people in chat are saying this is a very cool monster design. I agree. The design of this boss fight is really cool. both the mechanics in play and just like the way the monster acts and looks is very cool. Definitely an annoying boss fight to do in a speedrun, but I can't deny that it is a cool boss. As you can see, it is now throwing like larva or something at us that explodes. This is the same guy as apparently this is the same boss as the first boss Simon fought, which I didn't know. That's also pretty cool. And with that, we have the Shadow Claws. Very nice boss fight there. We can now scale these walls that have these weird glowing marks on them. I guess scale is not the correct answer. You can jump back and forth between them and hold on to them. Oh, with this, we have now unlocked the ability to turn into wolf form. Wolf form gives us a huge power increase, so we can do stuff like this. What is jumping if not scaling the air? That's a great point. A very good point. So I did mention that it does give us an incredible amount of strength. It does also make our attack stronger. So you will see utilization of the wolf form as much as possible. I didn't really talk about it. Alucard does have the mist form there, which you can see. Lets him kind of dash and go through things. Yeah, unfortunately I had to take a little bit of damage there because there's no magic. So I'm not able to do the mist dash there. Might not have looked it, but that's actually a pretty tricky grapple to get. The game kind of pans over slowly and sometimes will not give you that grapple point. And then you just fall and you're very sad. Now we unlocked the stopwatch. This will, well, it'll let you stop. Yeah, it lets you stop time. Got this little bit of a arena encounter we have to take care of. So you saw dude kind of went to the right to grab a grapple point instead of falling all the way down. Same thing at the beginning. If you fall too great a distance, you will just death plane. It'll just kill you. So you have to grab specific points on your long descent to kind of reset the fall duration so that you can fall those great distances. I don't think it's used at all during Trevor's or Simon's, but it is used a lot during Alucard. Unless the last application I'm thinking of is on Trevor, in which case I'm wrong. And now we finally have the magnet attachment for the combat cross, which will let us zip across these magnetic rails. Kind of going back to the thing I said earlier, why does the castle have this? I don't know. It just does. This is how the castle's designed. Yeah, do not question the Toymaker, who is, in my opinion, the best designed character in this series. Hey look, it's that puzzle we saw earlier. So, Trevor and Alucard and Simon's parts are taking place at the same time. So that puzzle there is what disabled the carousel for Simon and his part. So, Simon and Trevor are progressing through the tower at different areas and helping each other out, whether they like it or not.
Thanks to you, I am now more powerful than ever.
So if you don't remember, this is the boss that we fought almost immediately that was a guaranteed death. We're stronger now.
Let me free you from your evil
Also, notably, the first boss... no, that's not true. There was the succubus. Never mind. Yeah, Simon and a vampire are helping each other out. How weird. That doesn't make any sense.
Let's be done with this man.
Oh, the one pixel. Very good fight there. We now have the demonic wings, and we could progress like normal, but we won't because we're speedrunners and we know what we're doing. We're gonna do a little bit of backtracking here for an item that we now have access to with the double jump that is going to be required for later, that the game will tell you about right at the end of the game, or at the end of Alucard's part. We're gonna head all the way back to the kitchen. So it needs the magic there to be able to cross through, which is why I went for the magic font. Go. We come all the way over here, and we get this orb off of this dead. I don't remember what those are called. Not henchmen, but whatever they are. You get the orb off of that, which we haven't been introduced to the orb yet, but we know where it is, so we're gonna go grab it. So this item is required to progress into Dracula's room, or Gabriel's room, I guess. The door... The door requires both orbs. Fourth orbs to open the door. Ray, I've already forgotten what you are responding to. I apologize. I said orb. What have I done? They're crystals. There we go, chat. No orbs here. Nope, there's no orbs here, chat. Sorry. Somebody was wrong. We went back to get this circular object, which is not an orb. Unfortunate. make say one wrong thing on Twitch, and Twitch chat takes over. Somebody pay the 500k ransom for the orb. You know what? I don't have enough to orb, but even if I did, I wouldn't. So this is the final area for Alucard, and there's a lot of annoying enemies here. And, oh, look! We need 2 orbs here. Or 2 circular... crap. I did it again. Ignore that part, chat. We need 2 of these things here. Well, we already have 1. I believe it's actually... So I think it's actually an angel and not a one-winged... or sorry, a winged vampire. I think that's, like, actually supposed to be an angel or something. Or a fallen angel. I don't remember exactly what it's called. It is a vampire? Okay, I'm just wrong. Tober has told me I'm dumb. That's okay. I have no idea what I'm talking about then. Don't listen to me, folks. Except when I say that it's not an orb. It's definitely not an orb. So that right there is a very nice sequence break. You're supposed to like go all the way back around to do a bunch of platforming and stuff, but you can just do that little bit of like a drop down and then a drop or jump up on the magnet rail. And you know, that's a great point, Turbo. The game doesn't know what it's talking about either, so it's okay for me to not know what I'm talking about. Why does Dracula's castle have spider ball tracks on it? The toy maker got bored. Alright, so we are entering the final part of Alucard's part. We are entering the Dracula fight. Simon's here already. He found a separate way in. But now we have a fight. Simon and Alucard are going to fight Gabriel Belmont, aka Dracula, here. After the first phase, he knocks Simon out. So it'll just be Alucard.
No hope for you now.
And then for this third phase, Dracula possesses Simon, so you have to avoid doing damage and instead block and then try and like remove the possession from Simon to get Gabriel out of there.
You're pathetic.
Now, unless I'm mistaken, it's just a straight-up fight from here on out. There's no more weirdness. Does the morph ball count as an orb? No. And this is the end of Alucard and Simon's part. I think we are going to take a quick break here, so whenever dude is able to pause, we will pause the timer. This is kind of a... you see Simon and Trevor there. We'll explain all of this when we come back from the break, because there will be a lot to talk about. But we are going to pause the timer now. During these longer runs, everybody would like to take a break around every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. Not everybody here watching is a speedrunner. Not everybody's used to sitting in a chair for, 2-3 hours. So gonna give you a chance to get up, get some water, all that stuff. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. We are in the middle of a Lords of Shadow Mirror of Faith run. If you are ready, dude, we will start, or restart. Cool. On go. 3, 2, 1, go. So we are now playing as Trevor Belmont. This is... going back, has to be like 30-ish years probably, before the last two parts. So we saw in a cutscene, Trevor was with his wife and son, Simon, and he discovered that the Brotherhood of Light, kind of what I said at the beginning, Brotherhood of Light took him when he was a child and hid the fact that he was Gabriel Belmont's son. So he learns that, oh, my dad is Dracula, and he is determined to go defeat Gabriel because he doesn't want his dad's evil and he wants to stop him. That's the long and short of it. So he is going to enter the castle by himself to defeat Dracula once and for all. Now, since we've just seen the other two 30 years in the future, you might surmise that he doesn't succeed. Right off the bat, we get the boomerang, which is Trevor's first sub-weapon. That's right, no number one dad mug for Gabe. So you'll notice that Trevor does have the ability to double jump. Thankfully, they didn't scale back your powers. They have lore reasons why the character has the abilities that the other ones had to unlock. So Trevor has, I don't remember what the boots are called, but they give him double jump. So you don't need to unlock the demonic wings that Alucard had to unlock. I mean, that's fair. He didn't actually know that he was a dad, so it was... I'm being told that this part was used as the demo for the game, which I think is a decision. So we had to kind of delve into the crypts of this area. We heard a woman crying. We are going to see what we can do to help them on our journey. A little bit of a timed thing here. Those arms can grab you if you mistime your roll. Something's kind of in the way there. Should still be enough time, I believe. Yep, just barely. Actually, no, I think it fully closes on you. Never mind, forget what I said. Plenty of time. That is true. In about 4 hours, we will see just the kind of dad Gabriel is. It's more like 4.5. 5 if I do bad. We're gonna say 4.5. Also, yeah, Trevor can scale those walls. Thankfully. Thankfully, they didn't make you unlock everything again. So there was an amulet there. You can see that when, in the cutscene, it was kind of thrown down that little stream. And we are gonna have to go get it. This is a pretty cool fight. I like this fight. This is a giant executioner thing. as we make our way up to the castle entrance here. It's locked. Sorry, wrong part. No, yeah, it is locked. It opens and closes. I was like, no, we definitely don't go through here. Alright, forgive me. I don't know that I've watched that cutscene in like 7 years. Yeah, we tried to go through the front door, not able to, so we had to go all the way down here. A little bit of a skip there. You can just YOLO jump forward and then grab the rope, and that saves a decent amount of time. Alright, apparently the masked entity tells him no. That's okay. There's something there. Whatever the lore reason is, can't get through. It is sometimes possible to like jump over this enemy, but it is incredibly random. And the enemy has to be pulled out far enough for you to jump over, and it is a nightmare, so. That, unfortunate, but thankfully you respawn right here. Not a big time waste there. Was trying to go for the quick strat. So I was kind of talking about this earlier. Sometimes the camera does not pan over fast enough, and you need the point to be highlighted and sparkling to be able to grab on. So first time dude tried to do that, it just didn't work because the camera was slower. It's anybody who's speedrun this game has run into that problem where it's like, yep, I should be able to grab it and I'm dead. Cool. So now that we have that blue pendant that we picked up, we can now use our blue magic. The blue magic lets us activate certain things. It also is a, I almost said spell vamp, but that's not accurate. HP vamp. So you will heal a little bit when you do attacks in blue magic. In red magic, you will do more damage. You will get red magic later. Dude taking this area carefully, because there's spike pits everywhere, and those are insta-kills. So it turns out the crying woman that we were coming to rescue, actually a monster, and trying to kill us. So we're going to enter our first boss fight of Trevor. I guess technically you could call the execution or whatever a boss fight. I think that's more of a mini boss. This boss rather annoying because you basically just have to react to whatever pattern they give you and then you're able to attack. So if it's a block pattern, you have to block successfully before you can attack. If it's a dodge pattern, you have to dodge successfully. Alright, apparently I'm wrong. Turbo in chat telling me that you don't have to parry this boss. Which, I did not know that. So... Oh, you can just block it. Okay, that's interesting. So we get the execution point, and then, that's a lot bigger than we thought. So we currently have lost our vampire killer, which we need. Actually, I don't believe that's the vampire killer. That has to be a different. That's just a whip. So now we have this DTE event. Trevor's part has several of these where you have to very carefully press the buttons on screen. Trevor in chat. Yeah, this is a very cool boss, and it's definitely going to be a very long, extensive, cool boss fight. It's definitely not going to be an annoying QTE that ends abruptly. Yeah, so I see people talking in chat. Yeah, it can't be the vampire killer because that is specifically Gabriel's. And at this current point in time, it is lost in a void, which is not spoiling the first game because that happens in the DLC we won't be watching. But the vampire killer is currently in a void outside of this dimension. So it's just a regular combat cross. And this one, like Turbo is saying, is a clone made by the Brotherhood of Light. And I think you are also accurate that Alucard is made by the Toymaker. But I can't confirm that. It might also just be... It might also just be his. That would also make sense if it was the same combat cross. A bunch of vampire knights, and we need to fight absolutely none of them, so we're going to skip all of them. We walk past this giant chessboard. This area here is really I'm sure other people don't find it as annoying as me, but I get impatient, and I try to make jumps that I really shouldn't, and I get punished sometimes. And we have a lore update, which I actually forgot, because, well, it's been a very long time since I've watched these cutscenes. So the creature that we've seen throughout Alucard and Simon's part, the embodiment of faith, actually used to be able to talk, but in one of the cutscenes that just happened, Trevor gets upset with it because he learns that he won't beat Gabriel, and he doesn't believe it, so he just, like, attacks it and renders it mute. I do appreciate the lore help from chat. Turbo also with the re-update, because Turbo knows way more about the lore of these games than I do. Mask and Mirror are said to manipulate people towards their fate. We have this minecart area, which I absolutely hate. We get our second sub-weapon, which are the electric bombs. Pretty self-explanatory. They're bombs. They have electricity. And we are back to the vertical prison. Everybody's favorite area in this game. Since we are back to a human who has to breathe, we are running out of air here. You can see that it is not an insta-kill. It just starts draining your health bar instead of your air, which is convenient because then you can just tank some damage and go a more optimal route. Would be probably like 15-20 seconds slower if you can just tank the damage. So we are now at another ascent portion of the vertical prison. This time we don't have to worry with the water. We can just climb up. For some reason it didn't grab onto the magnet there. Happens from time to time. The game sometimes will drop the input. Not a big deal. Basically, we have to climb all the way to the top of the vertical prison At the top is the red magic pendant. I'm sure it's probably called the Chaos Pendant. That would make sense lore-wise, but it could also just be called something completely random. Shadow magic, yeah. Actually, I think that tracks more. I think it is called shadow magic in the first game. So, we need to get all the way back to the ground. You'll notice that instead of just dropping all the way, dude is hitting some grapple points or ledges on the way down. That is, again, to prevent the death plane. If you were to fall straight down, you would die. And also, I was wrong, there is one of these long falls on Trevor. For some reason I thought Alucard's was the last one. I am just done. Yeah, the technical term is just the red stuff, the red magic, whatever. It's red-blue. Move on. So that was a little bit of a puzzle. You had to do the right stone with the right magic in the right order in order to open the door. You're supposed to, like, read clues off of dead bodies, or you can just memorize it. We get this little unskippable cutscene. We need to get over there, but we can't. Also kind of showed like a little cube shape. Back to the minecart section. I absolutely hate this mechanic. The hardest tech remembering things, you're not wrong. Remembering lore is difficult. Especially on some of these games that you play like for multiple years. It's like I started speedrunning this game like 7 years ago. I haven't watched a cutscene in this game since then. So we have another one of these executioners, except this time some of those henchmen are harassing us from the minecarts. Overall, it's basically just the same fight. They will sometimes actually hit you with the bombs or cause you to have to move. Which is kind of the reason why you don't really wind up from the big attacks here, because you can just get slapped with a bomb from them. So there we we upgraded the combat cross, and we can now break those stone doors. Turbo going above and beyond, playing all 3 games to remember the lore. Those who aren't aware, Turbo will be running the next game, Lords of Shadow. And is, I believe, the only person who has run all 3 games. And by that I mean specifically, unless people are running the game and not submitting to the leaderboard, then definitely the only person. Oh, this is kind of a annoying part where you have to platform around these electrical traps, I guess. I don't know what to call them. They're not really the weird layout choices. I'm not so much questioning the toy maker. No, you know what? I am definitely questioning the toy maker. Mercury's team can have a chance at a regular Castlevania game after they give me Lords of Shadow 3. That's... It's been 10 years. I want Lords of Shadow 3. There's not really much to talk about in this section. It is a vertical climb. Kinda said everything there is to say. A little bit more of a vertical climb. So this room, you have to like use magic on those buttons down there to change the design of the room in order to get across the different areas. I don't remember specifically what these boots are called, but they let you do running long jumps. This is just another arena fight we have to do. So this is a section where you are being chased by a giant bell, and you have to navigate this tower on your way down. It is sort of an auto-scroller, because there are certain parts of the area that are blocked off until the bell hits a certain area. So, like, the way is blocked until the bell, like, breaks something for you to progress. So, like, right here, doesn't matter how fast you are to get here, you have to wait until the bell makes this gear break before you can progress. Which is a little bit unfortunate. Ooh. Looks like it ate the double jump movement there. Not a big deal, fortunately it does checkpoint fairly often. It's also definitely not the first time any of us have died in this section, so... Section's not the most, friendly. Here we get another cutscene here. Not much to it. Now we are back on our way. You'll notice that we are much farther down the tower because we definitely did fall all that way. So we're actually back to where we were before the climb, pretty much. Another one of those things, just didn't grab for some reason. Not an unshocking thing. Sometimes the game just does not cooperate. It happens. There's a little bit of the frustration of running this game is just the game sometimes behaving in a weird way. If you look in the background there, kind of a little bit of foreboding. There's these creatures walking by. A little bit of a preview of what's about to happen. Notice there's a teleporter there, and we are going to ignore it because we don't need to teleport anywhere. We have better things to do. Like, go to the end of the game.
Come again, great demon lord. Free us from him. Time for your vengeance has come. Come again.
And this is one of those unskippable cutscenes we're just gonna have to watch.
From him. Time for your vengeance has come.
We're about to see a familiar face here. Just like earlier in Trevor's part, we're in another long section that visually is cool, but is also really annoying that it's just QTEs.
Your blood smells like his.
And just like that, we have killed the Demon Lord for the first time. We get a little shot of the toy maker up here being creepy, as the toy maker is wont to do. And we are in the ascent up the tower. We are going to head to the end of the game here, where Trevor is going to fight Gabriel and will definitely succeed because Gabriel definitely wasn't 30 years in the future. So you'll notice that Gabriel has the Void Sword and the Chaos Claws. The trick here is that you have to fight. In order to do damage, you have to be using the opposite element. So if he's using red, you have to be using blue. If he's using blue, you have to be using red in order to deal damage. The patterns, or the attacks, are also different depending on the weapon he is using.
I will take your word, fool.
I guess I'll talk a little bit about the story since it's coming up on time here. And we're probably not going to get any of the story in the cutscene. Basically, up until this point, Gabriel and Trev, this is my favorite part, by the way, this is a really good ending. Gabriel and Trevor don't really understand what's going on. This is the part where Gabriel learns. So after this, tragically,
You will never defeat
Trevor does not win. And in Trevor's death, he looks into the mirror and reveals his mother, which Gabriel recognizes as his wife. Gabriel realizes what happened and then turns Trevor into a vampire before he dies. So Trevor then becomes Alucard and wakes 30 years later, and the beginning portion of this game takes place. So that is the story of this game. That's time, by the way. Was a little bit late, but that's okay. And yeah, this was Mirror of Fate. Definitely a game in this series. I think it is a very good game. You do have to kind of forget about some of the plot points, because there's some things that we didn't fully go into that are a little weird. But yeah, this is how Trevor turns into Alucard. We do have the other games coming up, so we'll kind of let this play out as I'm talking. I do want to give a huge shout out to Dude here. Thank you so much for coming on and showcasing this game. Did a wonderful job. We're looking at a 1:55:44 RTA, which is not a bad time for a marathon run.
Against my fate.
Actually a pretty good time, to be perfectly honest. So thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you showcasing this game for the 10th anniversary of Lords of Shadow 2. And we are going to... We got a few more games coming up. We got the first game and the last game in the series. So we are going to take a quick break here while we get ready for the second game. Again, huge shout out to you, Dude, for running this. Everybody should check Dude out. Does some speedruns, various different games. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. And we'll be back with Lord of Shadow. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. We are here with the first Lords of Shadow game. I'm joined by a runner of this game, and actually all of the series. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm TurboDog702. I ran a variety of Castlevania games and other games. Lords of Shadow 1 is probably one of the ones I put a lot of time into compared to a lot of other people. Hope you guys have been enjoying what we've been doing so far with this stream. Dude just put together a run for Mirror of Fate, and we have later on Church and Sarge doing Lords of Shadow 2. Hopefully you guys will enjoy Lords of Shadow run in the run that I put together for you guys. Probably wondering how I got here. You'll find that out maybe about an hour into the run. But whenever we are good to go, just let me know.
We are good whenever. If you want to, do you want to give a countdown, or do you want me to?
Okay. I guess I'll preface this real quick. The category that we're doing is New Game Plus. New Game Plus has a variety of things that we'll talk about. There's another category called New Game Plus Full Power. We have chosen to do New Game Plus rather than Full Power. Even though Full Power is a little faster and a little more varied, we chose this one because this one does not use the cheat menu. So give you guys a little bit more of a pure experience with this game. I will try to talk about the story as I can, but this game moves relatively quickly, so we will kind of be moving pretty fast here. I'll give you guys a countdown.
A storm is coming.
Yep, whenever you're ready.
Faces ruin and despair.
We are going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is Lords of Shadow 1. At the beginning here, we are just using silver daggers to kill these lesser lycanthrope werewolves. Very quickly, this game uses sub-weapons less like tools and more like kind of hard counters to enemies. In this case, lesser lycanthropes are instantly killed by using silver daggers. We're now fighting the Greater Warg here. We're going to use Ultimate Shadow here, which is one of our main combat techniques to do massive amounts of damage to him. And that's going to be it for stage 1 here, after we do a quick QTE. I will mention that while this game is kind of like a character or spectacle action game, the real draw of this game is going to be in the movement and the skips. And so because of that, a lot of the time you are going to be seeing that we are going to be dominating most of these fights using weaknesses of weapons and using Ultimate Light and Ultimate Shadow moves. We are going to purposely fail a QTE here. That is because even if we continued this scene, we would be knocked off by the werewolves anyway, so by getting knocked off immediately, we save some time. If we do get any questions in the chat related to games and stuff, I'll have Church kind of try to feed them to me as I can get to them. We're going to attempt to get bumped again here. Sometimes this doesn't work. Yeah. So that's the unfortunate thing that can happen, is sometimes that guy will just miss by like inches. But not too big of a deal. This is Ultimate Light. So technically, Ultimate Light does more damage, or sorry, Ultimate Shadow does more damage than Ultimate Light. However, Ultimate Light does more damage per second if you can catch somebody in a corner. So ideally, against things that take a lot of hits, we want to drag them to a corner with Ultimate Shadow and then hit them with Ultimate Light. Here we're going to get one of our first major exploits in the game. This is backwards high jumping or backwards long jumping. I accidentally hit the trigger here, but that's okay. We're just going to get out of this arena. So what happens there is we were meaning to get past the trigger point for that fight. Unfortunately, we didn't get our second jump to move in the air for that. However, we just jumped over the invisible wall that's supposed to lock you in that arena. Got to kind of lock in here a little bit. And not fall in the swamp again. Coming up here, we are going to be getting an Ultimate Shadow launch to bypass breaking down a tree using grenades. Please enjoy the skybox. Roll out of that to stop a big fall from happening, just a little bit slower. So very different game than Mirror of Fate and Lords of Shadow 2.
Yeah, that's one interesting thing, is like all of the games are very different from each other.
So we're going to run into a swamp troll here, but once again, we're just going to go to the edge of the arena, and hopefully he kind of cooperates here and doesn't bother us too much. In full power, we would use fairies in order to distract him, but in New Game Plus, we want to try to maintain our resources as best we can. He can just chill over there, hang out. We're going out of bounds here, actually, using double jump. You'll find that hitting out of bounds in weird collision is a big part of this speedrun. Early on, it's relatively easy to do, and that's due to the fact that we have double jump right now, and the game doesn't really expect for you to have double jump per se. A common running theme that you'll find in many games such as this, God of War, Devil May Cry, all those styles of games, is that once you gain about 2 or 3 times the height or distance that the developers intended for you to get with a jump, things kind of start to fall apart. We're now coming up to Pan's Temple. This is just a puzzle-based section. I'm supposed to put in a code, and then later on I will have a rotating rings puzzle. Rotating rings puzzle is a common thing inside of survival horror. Basically, you have 3 rings. When you rotate one, the adjacent rings rotate the other way. Solve the puzzle to get a certain configuration. Really quick, this is the first game in the series. For story-wise, basically, Gabriel Belmont, his wife Marie, he finds murdered, and the Brotherhood of Light sends him on a mission to discover how they can end an affliction that is happening on the land. Currently, the characters of the story have found out that a spell has been cast over the world that kind of severs it from God. Spirits aren't able to pass on to the afterlife as a result of this, and evil stalks the land unchecked. Gabriel is now headed to speak to the old god Pan, who will give him access to the Lake of Oblivion, where it is said that his dead wife will give him a message from the founders of his order. Now let's hope that I don't mess up basic puzzle. Gabriel is given the combat cross, which in this game specifically, it seems to imply that the combat cross is a one-of-a-kind made by Gandalfi.
The test has shaken.
We find out in later games that that might be true, but there is more than one combat cross. I will only speak of what I understand about the story. I won't say that I have 100% understanding, and I can only speak towards this game kind of specifically. This is the first Titan. A lot of people criticize this game pretty harshly for feeling like this is a Shadow of the Colossus ripoff, because of what we'll see in a bit. I disagree because this actually works, and I don't need to worry about a grip meter. So I also can, you know, proactively get on top of things, even in casual. But so we need to reach these ruins that power the golem and hit them 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Little dodge there. This is all relatively structured at this point. The Titans themselves are giant war golems, for lack of a better term, that the Agartians put together, who had great magical power. The reason the Agartians made them was to fight the necromantic wars. We're getting a little bit of poor luck as far as cycles. The main way you gain or lose time against the Titans is if you're on good or bad cycles, or if they shake. That is kind of out of your control. It just depends when they decide to shake, what type of shake, where on the body they are when they shake. For example, I only need to grip for one shake when I'm on his back here. Other parts of his body, you need to wait for 2. One, 2, 3. 1, 2. Shuffle to the side there. That little shuffle is a little bit faster than your normal kind of shuffling. Depending on where you are, you might not be able to do that, though. Sometimes you are forced into doing the kind of slow shuffle from place to place.
We part ways, he and I.
Alright, this is Enchanted Forest. We're going to be doing a little bit of platforming skips, or ledge skips here. Okay, we got caught on the edge there. A lot of times when we try to do skips like this, that's just because grabbing and shimmying down ledges is relatively slow. It takes about a second every time Gabriel wants to move. So anytime that we can just go into free fall, we want to try to do that. We're going to go ahead and refill our magic a little bit here. You can overcharge your magic up to 2 full bars. However, at the end of a level or on restart, you get brought back to 1 bar anyway, so getting additional magic doesn't really help us here. You'll notice that I'm kind of running around. This is using the Cyclone Boots, which you normally wouldn't have at this point in the game. You get those around Chapter 3. However, the Cyclone Boots only run for about 6 steps before you have to double tap the button again. Luckily, jumping preserves momentum pretty well. And so because of that, you can kind of run 5 steps, jump forward, and then try to buffer out another sprint, which is somewhat helpful. We're going to come up to probably one of the first more intensive skips, I guess you could say. This one actually takes a little bit of skill. Nothing super serious, but a lot of setups inside of this game to get where you need to go. Okay. So what we're trying to do is get onto a particular platform here and then jump onto invisible collision. Occasionally it is kind of annoying like this. Okay. We'll carefully kind of jump down here a little bit to make sure that we don't end up in bounds. We want to stay out of bounds here. We also need the camera to change, though. Okay, I am going to restart from checkpoint here. Luckily, one of the nice things about this game is it is very compartmentalized. You can select levels, you can restart from checkpoints, so if you do end up in kind of an unrecoverable situation like I was there, then you can kind of get up and running again relatively smoothly. That is somewhat uncommon for problems to happen with that particular skip, but the week leading up to this, I have been finding, or I've been rather learning again just how many things can go wrong in this run, and that is why the estimate is rather generous whenever I submit it to marathons. There's just a lot of things that can cause issues, some of which you really can't even account for, to be honest. You'll always find some new way that the game will break in a way that you didn't expect. Sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. Okay, there we go. That's the camera change we wanted. Without that camera change, doing the rest of this would have been basically impossible blind. That was pretty close there. We forced a roll when we hit the ground to make sure that we didn't accidentally roll forward and off the cliff. And a lot of times if you miss your jumps, you can end up in a state where you're either falling forever or just out of bounds and not in a way that you can interact with the stage. So it's important to try to hit your jumps as often as possible. However, this is one of those games where it's not a matter of getting everything first try. You would love to do that as much as you can, but you're also pretty stoked to get everything second attempt even.
Yeah,
because some of these are pretty brutal. The next section we're going to be doing a little bit of platform skipping here, hopefully. Inside of the Lake of Oblivion, we learned from Gabriel's wife that he should try to find the founders of his order. Or, sorry, he should try to get to the Lords of Shadow and defeat them so that he can get the pieces of a god mask, which can, she say, bring her back to life. Along the way, he meets an older member of his order called Zobek, and he offers to help him in his quest. We'll learn more about Zobek as this game goes on and in the second game. We are grabbing this key here in order to create a checkpoint here, in case there is an issue hitting this skip. Normally, you are intended to get 2 runic keys in order to open the door that's in the background here. However, we are going to get out of bounds here. And hopefully, bypass that with an out-of-bounds jump here. It's actually a relatively good version of the jump. However, we did not catch any climbable things. There we go.
Nice.
So there's a lot of times where you can end up kind of sliding out of bounds. And when that happens, your interaction is kind of limited. Sometimes it won't reset your jumps and such like that. So what you really want is to re-enter what's called a grounded state. This can happen a number of ways. You could use certain moves to force a grounded state. You can kind of climb up things like I was doing there. You just really want to get back grounded so that you can start re-jumping again and get yourself out of that situation. Sometimes we force grounded states on purpose as part of tricks. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to fight a boar and mount it. So we are going to see if we get a glitched charge here. Okay, we did not get a glitched charge. Sometimes you can just immediately charge the fence there and it'll count as charging it. That's more consistent, that particular glitch charge. And we're going to hope the game doesn't crash. Okay, didn't crash. There's 2 places where it's uncommon that the game crashes. Not rare, but, you know, not the most consistent thing. So this is essentially a full level skip. As we run around out of bounds, you get a nice look at everything that's out here. We're going to try to re-enter at the end of level arena. It's important that we enter at a certain part of the arena so that we don't trigger the actual arena itself. Hopefully you guys are seeing kind of the precise jump needed there. This is guillotine. Guillotine can be used to create that grounded state and kind of grab onto certain parts of terrain and cause rejumps. That allows us to get back in bounds here. We're quickly on to the next stage. So, extremely busted game.
Yeah, absolutely. You fly through stages in this game.
We're at Waterfalls of Harta. This is probably one of the hardest skips that I've had to learn in this game. Hopefully it goes well here. It's the Waterfalls of Harta skip. It's not a good initial jump. Okay, we're going to go ahead and restart. So the difficult part here is you are trying to stand on invisible collision above this statue and get enough height to get on top of a massive invisible wall. And depending on how high you get on the initial launch, you might need holy water, you might not. Okay. Okay, we landed. All right. So we're trying to get a camera change here. There we go. Force a standing state there, immediately relaunch. Use a landslide punch to get back in bounds. So that trick probably took me around 50 to 60 hours to learn.
Yep.
And getting it second try is still pretty good.
The game might be broken, but it is still incredibly difficult to pull off some of these things.
Yeah, this game got considerably easier. I would say runnable as RTA due to backwards high jumping and backwards long jumping. Before that happened, you needed holy water for basically everything, and you needed a lot of holy water for everything. We're going to use a fairy here in order to distract this spooter. Get over this invisible wall to jump over an invisible web bridge that doesn't exist. Normally you're supposed to tame that spider and have it make a bridge for you. We're going to refill our magic a little bit here. We know we are going to need a little bit of shadow magic to open up this door up here. Going to do a little bit of a platforming skip here. There is a version of this that uses 2 holy water that's a little bit faster, but once again, since we're not doing full power, we need to kind of budget our holy water. You'll hear me say that a lot inside of this run. The basic principle is that Holy Water is the most important sub-weapon in the game, both for combat efficiency, but way more important for sequence breaking and glitching. That's because Holy Water gives you an enormous amount of extra height on your jump per Holy Water. This is in addition to the extra height you get from avalanche punching in the air, double jumping, landslide punches for what I call extends, things of that nature. So very important to budget that Holy Water appropriately. The other really, really important weapon being fairies, and that's for very specific stages where we need a distraction when we need to do something. The game claims that this is an impossible climb that we saw an NPC do. I disagree wholeheartedly, as we just do it instantly. So that's like a full stage skip right there. Dark Dungeon, we're going to catapult off the wall here, hopefully skip a lot of climbing. That was a good version of the skip there. Going to jump over an invisible wall to hopefully hit another one of those climbing rings. Unfortunately, we didn't get the trigger there. Give it another retry. There we go. So 6 Holy Water. That's, I think, okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. So I can spend a Holy Water here. There is a 0 Holy Water version of this skip. It's a little slower than this, though. So since we have a little bit of Holy Water to burn. Oof, didn't quite get the height we needed. We kind of caught some weird collision there. So let's see if we can do that 0 Holy Water skip. Alright. That's the main reason I didn't want to do the 0 Holy Water skip as well, is because sometimes it doesn't like to let you get over that wall. And I am just running into all sorts of issues right now, but luckily I've trained backups. You kind of have to train backups in this game.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games where you need a bunch of different strats in order to keep going.
We're going to come up to this bunch of imps here. We're going to kill them using shadow daggers and hope for some decent drops here. We're not critical on materials, but we would love extra drops here. So I want to give a shout out to the main glitchers that have made this run even possible. First and foremost, Bindlestick, but also Akion for the archival. There is a glitch fac on GameFAQs that you can look up if you're all interested in some of this stuff. It could use a little bit of updating, but it's still a great source to find out information. Other people, Satvara, a little bit from Vipia Zone, and Matamadia also was somebody who was looking into 0 Holy Water strats. A funny thing about Matamadia is me and him kind of telephoned some of our skips together. I'll explain that in a moment, what I mean by that. This is another full stage skip. We're intended to get a dark crystal and then use it to activate a puzzle, and then activate another puzzle in order to continue on. But since we have access, to this nice jumping ability that we have, we can just bypass the door. We're also going to bypass this door in a similar way. Next stage, we are going to be using a dark crystal to heavily damage the Titan before engaging it, just so that we speed up the fight and make it more consistent. This is Dark Crystal. It's a single-time use item, does a ton of damage by summoning a demon. We will see that demon in Lords of Shadow 2 as an unskippable cutscene, but just know that it does a bunch of damage to everything on screen. So what I meant by Matameda and me kind of telephoned it, my understanding is that the telephone was kind of concurrently developed by 2 different people who didn't even interact with each other. They just both had the same idea and came up with the same thing. And that's kind of what happened with 3 or 4 skips. Once backwards high jumping was developed, it made a bunch of strats viable and new strats possible, and it seems like me and him kind of raced in our own way to find different ways that it could be utilized against different skips to make them faster. But I did want to give them a shout out. I don't think I used or I saw any of their strats before I implemented my own, but I would be remiss to say that they aren't a person that's also contributed. You guys might know Akion or Fiddlestick also from other games. They have done significant damage, I would say, to the God of War series in the fields of glitch hunting. So if you know those names from anywhere, it's not surprising due to their ubiquity in that kind of 3D action glitch hunting scene.
Yeah, they've definitely done a lot of work on a lot of different games.
I'm always shocked that that never gets a shake, even though it's pretty consistent that it doesn't. So good stages on this for cycles. The clock in the upper right will be at around 8 seconds when we end the stage. Kind of mediocre cycles, it'll be at 4 or 3. Bad cycles, it could be at 1 or actually fail the trial. Trials don't matter, they're just things for you to do for achievos, which we don't need to worry about. I will note that we will not be doing the 2 DLC chapters for this game. There's simply not a lot happening with them, speedrunning-wise, and I can just explain what happens to them at the end of it for when we go into Lords of Shadow 2.
And it won't make any sense either way.
Yeah, I think we'll find... I'm going to try to be as positive as I can when it comes to Lords of Shadow 2 when we play it. I will comment that Lords of Shadow 2 and Mirror Fate seem to take great pains to contradict the other games in the series, in some cases themselves, and greatly betray the lore of Lords of Shadow 1 and their own games. So, again, I can only kind of speak to what's happening in Lords of Shadow 1 and kind of guide you guys in that. This is the Black Knight. He is the guard of the Agardian girl that we've been kind of following. At this point, Gabriel wakes up to find the Agardian girl that's been helping him dead with one of his daggers stuck inside of her body. The Black Knight sees this and is like, that girl was keeping me alive by feeding me evil souls, and you just killed her. I am doomed. And he's very, very angry. Normally inside of the game, Pan tells us that we don't have a choice. We are going to have to defeat him to get the gauntlet that is on his hand. Currently, I have the gauntlet because New Game Plus, but you get the point. Hey, we actually have a bunch of holy water, so I'm okay with spending a little bit here. So we do need to kind of carefully fight this guy a little bit, not because he'll kill us, but because we want to make sure that we have some shadow magic here.
Dreams are a gateway to the
So now we're at
mind.
3 towers. Giving us a little tutorial for the glove that we already have. You know, no biggie. So we need to use the charge punch there in order to break that wall. So while we're pretty good on materials, we are going to break a couple of pots here, because maybe we get lucky. And we don't have to worry about stuff later. We're going to pick up a new dark crystal over here to replace the one that we used, and we are hopefully going to be holding on to that one for a while. I say hopefully because, again, the week leading up to this, it seems like every time that I like more heavily work on this game in preparation for a marathon, it feels like the game just tortures me for that last week. But then events seem to go okay, so hopefully that trend stays. This is a pretty difficult scaling of a invisible wall to bypass this gate. Normally there's a huge arena that you have to do here. Okay, that was good. Getting that in a single a single jump sequence is pretty good. That had been giving me trouble in the lead up to that. Normally inside of there, you fight a bunch of lycanthropes until the fairies show up and assist you and basically lend their power to you. The next section here, we are going to bypass this wall that you normally have to kind of break down while fighting some greater lycanthropes. And we're going to come up to a door. This door is interesting in that it only opens for 3 fairies. 3 fairies is kind of the key to it. However, since we already have 3 fairies inside of our fairy vial cache, we can just instantly end the level. Funny enough, that's doable even in new game. You can get access to fairies before you're intended to and get 6 instead of having to scour the level to get them. This is Cornell, our first Lords of Shadow. However, we're going to be taking the pacifist route here. He's our friend. He's pretty angry right now that we just took his boots. So he can just cool down over there. We're just going to fly on an eagle to the next location instead.
The deed is done. Cornell is no...
We're going to end up inside of the mountain pass. We're going to break through a door here and try to do a little bit of a platforming skip. And then hopefully we are going to bypass Waking Shrek. There is an ogre later in this level and what is known as a chupacabra. Hopefully we will see neither of those. Get this jump before I start discussing storyline things. Unfortunate. It's okay. The restart actually makes it. I think we would be on pace even if we climbed, as long as we get it this time. Kind of an odd slide there. I wasn't expecting. Come on, get back in bounds. There we go. You can either get back in bounds there or force a restand so that you get your double jump back. Otherwise, getting over this gap is kind of tricky. All right, we got some of our fairies back. That's nice. We also maxed out on our holy water, which is good. This is another skip that probably took me about 30 hours for this one to figure out, and greatly improved by the backwards high jump. So we got to make kind of a precise jump out of bounds here. Okay. Okay, good. So, I was a little worried there for something. Basically what happened is I instantly double jumped, which meant that I was worried that I did not have the distance to cross an invisible pit to be able to hit the collision out here. Which meant I would have been falling forever, and then I need to start from checkpoint. Let's jump on this invisible collision here. And we're going to jump past the door here. So that bypasses a chupacabra. Chupacabras are these small creatures that are intended to be puzzle platforming sections for the game, where they take all of your relics and you kind of have to chase around the chupacabra and play hide and seek with them to get them. Luckily, we bypassed the event, so we didn't have to do that. A little bit of a platforming skip here up ahead. Basically, your double jump is preserved when you first kind of start climbing. So as long as you don't mess up a jump like that, you can save some time. If you mess it up, then you won't get your double jump back and can't attempt again. We're going to jump over this fence, and then we're going to skip an arena that locks us in with some kind of hooded swordsman, hopefully using a zero holy water version of a skip by standing on a specific place. Man, I need to find a time to talk about the story, because we are quickly getting ahead of stuff. Oh boy, this is an awkward place. Okay. You guys could chill over there. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is a bit unfortunate. They've kind of crowded me in a position that's going to make this very awkward to do this. You know what? We'll just do it this way. There we go. So I had to blow 2 holy water there. However, I'm relatively far ahead on it, so I'm not that worried about it. A bit unfortunate, but that's okay. We're going to end up going over to the Crow Witch to fight her. So, what do we learn from Cornell, by the way? This guy that we kind of skipped over. Cornell is the lycanthrope Lord of Shadow, or was. We learned from him that the Lords of Shadow are the original founding members of our Order of the Brotherhood at Light. What happened to them is they became so full of light and goodness that they went on a sacred quest to go to places where the power of God was most powerful. When they went there, they discovered these fragments of the mask. And once they did that, they became kind of enlightened. And they ascended their earthly bodies and became heavenly spirits in tune with God. However, what happened is when they became these heavenly spirits, their bodies were left on Earth with their darkest parts of their souls. We're going to attempt the omelet strat here. So we are going to attempt to break 3 eggs on this guy. Are we going to get a 4-egg omelet? Ooh, no 4-egg omelet. It's okay. 3 is all we need. It just means that we have to do a little bit more housekeeping killing these birds when we get control again. The main thing we're trying to do is cut down on cycles in this fight by hitting this bird brain with multiple eggs. Some cutscenes are not skippable. Usually it's a result of having a QTE that you have to do. Excuse me. There we go. Yeah, so we got a crow storm, which is a bit unfortunate, but not unexpected since we had 2 birds made. That's pretty much going to do it for the Crow Witch here. But yeah, so we find out that these Lords of Shadow are the evilest parts of the founder of our order. Cornell then reveals to us, he says, "What are you going to do, kill me? If you kill me, then my heavenly brother up in heaven dies as well." And unfortunately, he's got to go, all right? We need that mask and we need his boots. So we defeat him and we move on to kind of the next domain, which is going to be the Vampire's domain, which Zobek has gone to ahead of us to try and make way for us. The plan is that we will defeat the Vampire Dark Lord and then make our way over to the Dark Realm of the Necromancer together.
So it seems.
This is Veros Woods. So Veros Woods technically has a skip for the Chupacabra here. It involves an infinite jump. Infinite jumps on this game are very difficult to do and or resource intensive. Because of those two things, we are going to forgo it for this particular stage and just do this kind of the intended way. The skip itself is also difficult, even if you know what you're doing. And you guys get to see what Chupacabra sections are like. So I basically lost all of my special relics. And we need to find a way through this door. We're just waiting for Pig Guy to show up here. Over the course of time, we've been using this faded combat cross in order to get upgrades for it that Ronaldo Gandolfi, its creator, has left in secret kind of, I guess you'd say like mausoleums around the world.
Yeah.
It kind of makes more sense when it's just the single combat cross that there's like a faded hero to pick them up. But, you know, I guess the Brotherhood made bootleg versions later on and gave those out to people. I'm going to try to do a little bit of a platforming skip here. Okay, the game didn't crash. Good. Nice. Got a platforming skip there.
Somebody asked, is the narration by Patrick Stewart? Patrick Stewart does play one of the characters in this game.
Yeah, Patrick Stewart is Zobek. Our friendly neighborhood old member of the Order. We will see him somewhat in the next chapter. You'll see him for all of maybe 15 seconds if things go well. So please enjoy. It's kind of weird that he's voiced by Patrick Stewart, but he kind of looks like Sean Connery.
You're not wrong.
Really, really cool shot here. So, my opinion of this game. I think that the combat is not very good in this game for a number of reasons. However, I think that the rest of the package around that combat is very, very good. This is Weigal Village. And say bye to Weigal Village. We are going to hit a end of level trigger here while out of bounds, hopefully. That is under the mausoleum that is holding the vampire killer, which is a stake that is on the back end of my combat cross. There's Zobek.
Vampires.
Bye, Zobek.
Careful, Gabriel. This is not going to be so easy.
Zobek says it's not going to be so easy.
Back, you demons.
We will see if that's the case. Nah, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy, Zobek.
You'd have done better to have stayed in your holes.
I was a little worried that I wasn't in bounds there, but... Okay, we have good on amounts of holy water and good amounts of fairies, so I don't really need to farm these
There is
things
a
here.
strange device here.
We're just out of the catacombs.
The
We're coming up to the Abbey Library. Abbey Library is my probably second favorite stage in the game because it gives you a look at kind of some game design stuff inside of it. Those of you familiar with some of the stuff of game design, probably getting a little chuckle out of that screen. Okay, we are going to try the crazy strat for this puzzle. We're going to give it one attempt, and if we don't get it, then we will do the puzzle as expected. Okay. Need to reset the camera here. There we go, to load that screen. Very important I don't move at that very quickly, otherwise I can get re-locked into that room. After all of our hard work, we'd have to go again. We jump over this big wall and into the gate and into the end-of-level trigger.
The Abbey of Wygol was one.
Normally there is a puzzle using light beams in order to open up a door there. Takes a lot of punching and moving stuff, and rather just get out of bounds and do a shadow charge for lots of horizontal room. Funny property about using that shadow charge off of things is that it puts you in that standing state that I talk about, and when you're in the standing state, you can relaunch, which then means that you can do a backwards high jump and kind of recover. So I like to give that one attempt to get over this bridge without killing those, but as you can see, sometimes they don't play ball. You're going to get on top of this ledge, get that checkpoint, and then restart from checkpoint. That makes it so that those imps despawn. And we're going to do some climbing here. We are currently headed to the Abbey here because we're told that the Abbot has a very, very powerful relic weapon that can be used against the vampires, and they're right. It's the holy water. The holy water in this game is not exactly holy water. It's, I believe, tears of an angel that when exposed to air, they create holy fire. Something to that effect. Point is that it is very good against vampires, and it is very powerful because it lets us do skips. But Gabriel's kind of angry at the Abbot because he abandoned everybody to lock himself away with this artifact for protection. I don't suppose we have any long-standing questions or anything to cover.
No, we don't. We've pretty much answered anything that's come up.
The power to defeat the vampires is now in our...
We are going to be up against Bronner here. Funny thing about vampires. It's not just humans that can become vampires. Bronner and later another vampire, Olrox, are actually demon vampires. And we'll be fighting them soon enough. Another interesting thing. Church, did you know that in order to become a vampire in this mythos, you have to accept it?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh yeah, it's very clearly stated in the monster entry for these guys specifically that you cannot just be bitten and become a vampire. You have to accept it.
Okay. That is very interesting, and I did not know that.
So,
Wait.
Ergo, Alucard wanted it.
Killing you will be even easier than slaughtering
Okay.
villagers.
Sorry, that's the lore. So, and this is the first game in the series.
You're not wrong. So, does it specify anything about the healing property of the vampire blood? Okay.
But I mean, it says also that the process of vampirism, because it requires consent, is specific to intelligent creatures. I don't think a dead person is an intelligent creature.
That's a great point. Okay.
Okay, just keeping that in mind. Just putting that out, because it's an interesting part of lore, you see, that I wanted to put in this game. I wasn't making an allusion to anything else.
Wygol village is safe for now.
So once we free the town of Wygol from Bronner's tyranny, we make our way to the castle sewers. This castle will later become kind of Castlevania, the castle of Dracula. But for now, it is the Castle of the Vampire Dark Lord. We're not really short on holy water, so we can do this version of the skip. A little bit faster than the safest version.
Despite his best efforts to try and to...
Really? Okay. That's one way the skip can work. I mean, it was slower, but still faster than the intended way, so I'll take it. We're going to grab some holy water from a Brotherhood cache there. We're going to jump over this fence to initiate a checkpoint in case things go badly on this skip. Jump on this statue. And hopefully get out of this wall, or through this wall out of bounds, and then jump into a chimney. Okay. We're then going to restart from checkpoint now that we've hit the checkpoint there. That gives us our double jump back so that we can jump out that area. Now, hopefully our movement here is good. If our movement here is good, then we do not need fairies to distract these skeletons. 2, 3. Don't mess up this one. All right. So, if you were so inclined to make that safer, you can distract those guys using fairies. That is going to be the main use of fairies, is for distraction purposes while doing QTEs or other actions.
It seems getting into the castle will be more...
Now going to Maze Gardens. I don't really need to hunt holy water here. This is something that I picked up in the couple weeks that I had been looking back into this game for the event. You get a huge amount of holy water in these two stages because of that Brotherhood cache. We're going to be able to pass that again at the end of this stage. This is the spider skip for this puzzle. We will still technically need to get a spider, but we didn't need it to spin a web bridge to get here. Once we complete this puzzle, though, we will need to restart from checkpoint. Right now, there is an invisible web bridge that we could cross, but unfortunately, at the end of that invisible bridge is an enormous invisible wall that we cannot bypass. However, by restarting from checkpoint, hey, look at that. Spider gave us a web bridge. What a nice guy. We'll mention that if any of this looks really, really interesting to you, or enticing, I would highly recommend looking up my run first. But definitely look up Fiddlestick's New Game Plus Full Power segmented run, and his segmented run of New Game as well. Both fantastic displays of skill and skips. Highly recommend them. Fiddlestick in general is just a super cool guy to follow on YouTube. For different glitch things in a variety of different games. Okay, after breaking that, we no longer need the spooter. So this next stage is one of the stages we really need those fairies for. We need about 6 of them. What we are going to use them for is distracting a trio of vampires while we do an extended cranking sequence.
Time is running out.
Okay.
Night is almost upon.
This is Castle Hall. Once I get through this gate, I'm going to kind of be in serious time.
Nice. Very good job.
She has the body
Okay.
of an innocent child.
So getting over that door was giving me fits the week of this. So very glad to have gotten that in first attempt. I'm also glad to have gotten it in first attempt because that takes a lot of holy water to reattempt, as you can imagine. We are now in the refectory. Normally in the refectory, you have to go to the butcher to get a key to open up this door. However, by standing on these lances from these enormous knights, you're able to get out of bounds. We're going to trigger the next checkpoint, and then once again, use restart from checkpoint to end up back in bounds. We're then going to go ahead and solve a puzzle very quickly, using our magic to open up these magic locks. During this, we're going to be using fairies to once again distract some skeletons. It's very important that we use the fairies while having shadow or no magic up. If we did them with light magic, then it would create like bombs, and those won't distract for nearly as long. That's going to do it for chapter 6 here.
The butcher who commanded the castle.
You want to take a break at the
I
end
was
of
going to
this
say,
level, or-
I was going to say, do you want to get through chapter 7? 3
Yeah,
stages,
that
and then
works
we'll
for
go
me,
ahead
yep.
and take a quick break. So balcony's a relatively straightforward stage. We're going to be jumping over an enormous gate in order to bypass getting both a key and solving a dropping ball and lever puzzle. That's another kind of classic in gaming. I don't really have another way to put it. It's the one where basically you'll have ramps that balls slide down and then they switch their position. I don't know. Hopefully that's good enough that you guys can put together what I mean by that. And in any case, not super relevant because we're not going to see it. It's important to get that camera change or else the end of level trigger tends not to load.
This part of the castle.
And we're at Electric
once
Laboratory. So, Electric Laboratory got some major overhauls. And it's due to a skip that was found inside of here. And I don't know for sure if I invented it, but I found for myself a way to do it with 0 holy water by abusing this torch, this little torch guy right here. So what we need is we do need to get a standing state here. Ooh, close. So unfortunately, that little falling state is not good enough. We need to be standing, because we need to get a launch off of this. So because I kind of slid there, I am going to use a holy water. Dang. Okay. This is still going to save time by getting it. I am a little disappointed that we didn't get it earlier. But should be very doable. Boy, they really just don't want me to get up there. Unfortunate, because this was actually going pretty well. Huh. Okay. I guess... No, we're gonna go for this. At this point, we've already gone too far. However, I do think I'm going to restart from checkpoint because losing that holy water is kind of annoying. And this is the kind of brutal stuff that you just kind of have to cope with when you're doing runs of this game at a high level. Boy, it really doesn't want to put me up there. It is pretty unfortunate. Okay. I'm gonna give this a good 2 more attempts, and if this doesn't, then I guess we're just gonna have to do it the normal way. Well, as normal as this game gets. Okay. We're gonna do this the quote-unquote normal way. That's unfortunate. I wanted to show that off. But, just gonna be what happens to happen, I guess.
Somebody was asking, so like, is that the last part of it? You just need to get your body fully above that ledge?
So you need to get on top of that scaffolding above.
Yeah.
And you use that to gain extra height to jump out of bounds into the screen coming up here. And while you're out of bounds here, you can kind of charge to the end of the stage. There's still some skips that we can show off here as well. Like, this is an example of abusing your position when you backwards roll into these electrical fences. Normally you have to push that derrick down and move it around a bunch. Now, the upside to this is that it does make us a checkpoint here, so even if I mess up on this due to lack of practice in this particular version of the skip, it should still be okay. Okay. That jump is the scary part, and we got past it. There's very, very thin collision there, so you have to be very careful about where you stand. Once again, we're going to be doing that same abuse of rolling backwards. You grab the red lens there and then hit the end of level trigger. Last stage of the chapter before we take a break. This is Chromatic Laboratory. Normally you're supposed to get a bunch of lenses, run all around, you know, just in general do a bunch of busy work. But using the guillotine rejump that I had shown before, this level is very different. Breaking a couple things to try and recover some of that holy water back. This looks good as a start. Flip. We use Landslide Punch there to force a grounded state, and then use flips in order to get back in bounds in a structured way. Kind of important to do that in a very careful way, because off the sides of that standable terrain that I was on is just to fall off into the void. So in order to defeat these puppets, you have to grapple them. Otherwise, we could use something like a Dark Crystal to kill them instantly. These dark puppets were summoned by Laura. Laura is a seemingly small girl vampire who is actually thousands of years old and extremely dangerous. We meet her on the other side of the store. We've also met her before in the castle hall. We bypassed the first time you would see her, which is she kind of coerces Gabriel into playing a game of chess in order to fulfill her sick desire for playmates and to kind of toy with her food, for lack of a better term. She is not the vampire Dark Lord. We will be meeting our Brotherhood founder soon enough, or their dark form. Alright, and that's going to do it for Chromatic Observatory. We are now going to be on Chapter 8. However, I think we are going to be taking a break here. So if we would like to do that,
The blood of
feel
all
free
Well,
to do that.
yeah.
opened the way to the queen.
During these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're going to take a quick break. Everybody will be back in just a few minutes with the second part of this run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. We're in the middle of a Lords of Shadow 1 run. I'll hand it right back over whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, go. So I made a crucial error. Something that I do in every marathon that I do is I like to make sure that I address all the people on whatever this is going to be on, if it's going to be on Twitch or any of the commenters on YouTube. I like to give you guys a voice here. So Laura can speak for you guys.
It's not fair! I never lose! You're a cheat. And you're going to pay!
And then the goons come in to talk about intended speedruns and glitches are cheating. Anyway, we're going to get back to Chapter 8.
Curious.
So,
isn't it?
Outer Wall. Outer Wall's got a little bit of platforming skipping at the beginning of this. And we're going to go ahead and vault our way over a gate, hopefully at the top of this. The gate at the top of this is locked with those elemental magic locks. We are hopefully going to bypass those. So because I missed that jump that time, I do not have my double jump to retry that, so I'll just go around normally. It's alright. A little bit of a time loss there. So one of the nice things is I recently discovered another 0 holy water strat for getting over this fence. We'll see if this one decides to cooperate. So we get on top of this. And jump over. Nice and easy. Normally that is a 2 holy water gate, I think. 1 or 2. We're now going to use some fairies in order to distract some gremlins up ahead so that we can pull a crank to get past a gate. We're also going to pull a gremlin. I didn't mean to do that, but sometimes that happens. Okay, and hopefully we are going to do the Holy Cross breakout here. That is the Holy Cross breakout. So what happened there is Holy Cross has a property where it can break out of animations. What is a breakout? Basically, it is something that breaks you out of an animation that's supposed to play. In this case, Gabriel is supposed to bend over, do a sign of the cross, and pick up an item off of that body. But because we did the breakout, he didn't do that. We recovered from the animation much quicker than intended, and we were able to leave the room before it closed up. Some nice ice skating up the chain there. Cyclone Boots Running has some interesting properties when you hit odd pieces of collision, especially up ramps, kind of uneven floor. Sometimes it'll stop, sometimes it'll refresh.
The vampire's mercy.
Okay, Clockwork Tower. Clockwork Tower is pretty straightforward. We will be attempting a boss skip at the end of this level. That being said, the boss skip is contingent on kind of a lot of luck. We are hoping that the boss does certain moves and follows us a certain way so that we can raise a platform without him interrupting us. And then we are hoping that he doesn't get too aggressive with us or block our jump point. If we get the crank, then I will probably give it 2 good attempts. If we do not get the crank, then I just have to do it normally. It's not as big of a time save as you might initially think. So I'm not too worried about it. We could technically jump to speed up these platforming segments a little bit. That being said, one of the issues with balance beams and their like inside of this game is that much of the time you will end up being unable to jump the gap, even if you should be able to. What I mean by that is you can only enter a balance beam where it starts, and you can only exit where it ends. So even if you could jump across a gap like 4 times the distance, if you're not ending up where you would end on the beam, then you'll hit an invisible wall and be unable to proceed. Okay. So we run into Frankenstein's monster here. So what we are going to attempt to do is kind of lead him around in a circle here and hope he plays ball. Okay. 1. Okay, so we got the crank. Now we have to hope that it doesn't crowd our jump point, which it is currently kind of doing. Even pushed us out of our jump zone. Okay. And that is the boss skip. I was not really expecting to get that, but it's nice to get.
Nice.
Really cool statue in the background there. And now we are going to come up to another one of the most brutal skips in the game. This is going to be another serious time skip.
The blood of all rocks has opened the
Nice.
way to the queen.
All right, so that was the Olrock skip. That is another like 60+ hour skip. There are so many things that can go wrong on that skip. Not the least of which that collision kind of changes based on where the boss is, where the camera is. I suspect that the camera itself has collision. The boss can reorient your camera. The boss can reorient your double jump. Just dozens of problems with that. We are now fighting Carmilla, which is the Dark Lord of the Vampires.
Become one with us.
Huh. Where's our final vampire? Ah, there he is. He was hiding in the corner. So, she got real animalistic real quick. We're going to use the ultimate light in order to do a little bit better DPS there. We got interrupted for some reason. Wondering if there was a weird piece of collision there that made that kind of awkward. So in full power, we'd be using a Dark Crystal to speed this up, but in New Game Plus, we need to hold on to that Dark Crystal for safety in an upcoming skip. We're going to have a nice, cool scene here, in which I hope that my controller doesn't malfunction and mess up the QTEs, because this is a long cutscene. So, when we meet Carmilla, she says, "You're a fool. I am very, very attractive originally. Hey, you wanna be a vampire with me?" And Gabriel is having none of it. He's like, "No, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get the mask. I'm going to save my wife." And she's like, "Well, I guess we're fighting now." Once we defeat Carmilla, this is when you would normally get access to the double jump in the game. So from this point on, we will have to get more creative with our approaches in order to skip things. That doesn't mean that the methods are going to change. It's just we might need more resources, or it might be more awkward how we need to approach things. Yeah, like, presentation and music and everything is so strong in this game. It's a shame that, again, at least in my opinion, they didn't nail the combat as strongly as they could have. That being said, they do kind of fix the combat issues I have in Lords of Shadow 2. However, the rest of the product kind of gets worse. So, Gabriel Belmont stabs Carmilla with the Vampire Killer combat cross, and he breaks off the stake inside of her heart. Okay, that broken stake is very important for the story, whether you think so or not. We didn't get to catch it at the end of the Mirror of Fate run. If you do a 100% clear at the end of the game, Alucard, after Dracula is defeated, finds that piece of the stake in the castle. He will later use that, the Ignatius Blade and the Glacium Blade, combining them together and forging them into the Chrysagram, as they say, which will have plot relevance in Lords of Shadow 2. We can now finally skip.
So Pan comes again with words of wisdom and...
Okay, how are we doing on this? Got 3 holy water, which isn't the best. It's also not the best when you get stuck on geometry. Just how it be in 3D games sometimes. So, we're gonna refill our magic so that we don't need to do it later. So another awkward thing about platforming is sometimes you'll get put on what I call a bad grid point. If you platform kind of awkwardly when you're doing the ledge grab, sometimes you'll get stuck on a position the game doesn't expect you to be on, and because of that, you kind of have to reset your grid position. That could become relevant in the next couple levels. Okay. So we broke those a little bit early before using the Dark Crystal here to see if we could create a checkpoint with additional holy water. Unfortunately, we did not get any holy water. We want to create this checkpoint because we are going to be going for a Chupacabra skip here that saves quite a bit of time. If we did not make this checkpoint and instead skipped that arena, we would have... the first attempt would save more time, but if we missed it, we would start at the beginning of the level, and then we'd be kind of pretty close to parity if we did it the second time. Okay, please start me in. Dang. That's unfortunate. So I got a really awkward version of the skip there. Normally... Oh, right, that can work. Okay, so... something that's really uncommon, but can happen. What happened there is... normally you need to forward flip twice in order to get back in bounds, and because of that I was mashing forward flip and ended up flipping out of bounds. And I'm trying to think of how to explain this. The second flip basically jumped me off the cliff, right? But the first flip still got me in bounds past the skip. However, when I respawned afterward, it still counted my checkpoint as being in the air sliding. So I ended up going into the Chupacabra cutscene. However, since I did hit the skip, the checkpoint for restart from checkpoint was set after the Chupacabra. So the skip was still successful. That is a really uncommon version of the skip, but I mean, I'm glad I got it there instead of having to run back. All right, we're gonna have the Woesmore, probably my second favorite stage in the game, once again, because it kind of gives you a little bit of a sneak peek at how games are made. Okay, so we are currently underneath the level, and in this level you're intended to get keys. You get these keys by defeating enemies that drop them. However, the keys actually exist underneath the stage. So, you know, this is not a place they ever intend the player to get to. So it's a nice place that they can kind of store it while still having it easily accessible to put in the game as needed. We restart from checkpoint to end up back in bounds. I guess I'll use that as a segue to something that I think is an important philosophy that is sometimes, let's say, mishandled. My personal philosophy is you patch things that affect the casual experience of a game. Something like this is not something that a casual player will ever run into. So, in my opinion, you don't patch it. I wish more companies would take that approach in only patching things that will detriment the casual player base instead of forcing players into some sort of intended way to play their game. That will be the last bit of my high horse
The
on
old
that.
hag has cast a spell on Gabriel.
This is Music Box.
Find blue rose for Papa.
You got it.
We're going to have a big period of downtime here in a minute, so you'll be able to say a piece here. What I will say about Music Box, it is technically possible to skip this entire level. It is prohibitively hard, and I have not found a consistent way personally that I can do it at this point. So because of that, we're going to be doing it pretty much the intended way. There is one additional thing that can save time, and that's skipping getting the cylinder that raises these platforms. However, that makes a bunch of very difficult jumps, and for the purposes of a marathon where we want to stay on, on course, we get to listen to a sweet Music Box noise. Church, you're gonna mention something.
We had a question earlier that kind of related to what you were saying. Are all of the tricks in this game doable on every version, or is there versions that don't work anymore?
So everything that you are seeing me do right now is doable. It's possible that there are a few things that are specific to unpatched versions of the game or console versions, but I cannot say that with 100% clarity. It's possible that a lot of the techniques are just harder due to having a higher frame rate on PC. It's possible they're patched out. It's also possible that as much time as I put in this game, and frankly, I'd like to think I'm pretty good at it, I might just not be good enough. I mentioned Fiddlestick before. Again, highly recommend checking out his full power segmented playthrough and his new game segmented playthrough, where he does some of those brutally crazy, strong skips, and shows that they are possible. These aren't like theoretical things where no one could possibly do them. It's just, If something's prohibitively hard, how many people in the world can do it that actually care enough about the game to learn it, right?
Yeah.
You know, speedrunning has a lot of skill filters and accessibility filters, and community filters. You have to have people that like a game. You have to have people that like the speedrun for a game. You have to have people that have the time and skill necessary to run a game at its full potential. You hopefully have people that can support those people to make it easier on them, push them to greatness, discover new things. You know, there's as much as speedrunning as a hobby has grown, there's still a lot of room for both improvement as far as community and also improvement as far as size of the hobby. For example, like, I don't begrudge them at all for this, by the way. The few times that I've spoken to Fiddlestick, I've gotten a couple of decent answers. But while that glitch fact exists for this game, and while there is video of all of the skips that I'm showing, the descriptions of how to do these skips are not great, and you really need, like, an input viewer to see what's happening, right? And that simply doesn't exist. So much of this game and so many other 3D action games, you're doing things that you can't see the character, or you're landing on an invisible piece of geometry, stuff like that. And it just comes down to you need a ton of game knowledge and a ton of time, or you need somebody to teach you. That's kind of just the way it is. As much as I've struggled to learn portions of this game, it's still been one of the most rewarding speedrunning things that I've done. You know, it's a real pain to backwards engineer everything, right? But it feels great when you actually do figure things out. We're going to be doing a puzzle skip here by jumping on an invisible arm. The invisible arm is technically visible on our left there. We would move that over here. Ooh, okay. Almost fell off the arm there. If you fall in the swamp, it is an instant death, but it does a lot of damage to you relatively quickly. Going over to the side here to pick up some additional holy water. I go for the new version of this skip. Sure. We're also going to whirlybird across the swamp here. Ultimate Light has interesting properties over certain things. Goes over swamps, can go over balance beams as well, which is kind of interesting. That was not the best jump, but maybe it's good enough. Not good enough. Okay. We're going to do that the normal way. It is possible to do that with 0 holy water. Actually, it's 0 holy water the other way too, but it's also faster because you don't need to make a structured jump. We'll do it the quote-unquote harder way that I'm more familiar with. So because of how the harder way works, we do need to break a few things here. Otherwise, Landslide Punch could prioritize them rather than what we're trying to land on. Okay. Okay, we got the big camera change. We're going to take quite a bit of damage here, but we should hit the end of level trigger. Yeah, there it is.
Powerful necromancers.
So, after we defeated Carmilla, we headed to the land of the necromancers, and we reached this gate. This Silver Knight is the old god Pan, who stands to oppose us now. But as he stands to oppose us, he takes away our light magic medallion and shadow magic medallion to teach us a valuable lesson for the fight ahead. And that is that light magic cannot counter light magic. Shadow cannot counter shadow. They are two sides of the same coin. And if one is using one type of magic, a person must use the other type. There is also an implication that the gate behind me, it says it needs blood to open the path ahead. You could make the implication that it requires the blood of a god in order to pass through. And while Gabriel worships the one god, there are other gods that exist, and Pan is one of the few that remains. Okay, Pan finally dropped his light magic, which allows us to use ultimate light against him. Otherwise, we're just stuck parrying him.
You will need also shadow magic to win.
Really cool design for this enemy also.
I agree.
Hopefully the hardest QT in the game because of speed and moving across the screen.
So the old god.
Right, Fire Cemetery. Fire Cemetery is a bunch of platforming skips, and we will be skipping over a Chupacabra near the end here.
So somebody asked, is this a more recent Castlevania? So that depends on how you define recent. It is the third most recent Castlevania game. The only two more recent are its sequels, but this game came out 14 years ago.
Excuse me, wasn't there a puzzle game or something that came out?
Was there a puzzle? I think it came out before this, didn't it?
Possibly a pachinko game as well.
Okay, you know what? I think the pachinko game came out recently. I think we had this conversation. Or I had this with somebody else and I'm making things up.
Let's say
I don't remember when that came out, though.
Let's say that Konami has not been treating its legacy properties with the respect that they probably deserve for maybe 8-10 years, maybe even longer. I don't want to get into the depressing state of the properties under them. Yo, you remember Contra? Contra was rad, dude. Just two buff dudes in the jungle with guns and bandanas.
Alright. When was the last Contra game? I'll look it up.
Yo, you remember Gradius?
I do remember Gradius. Gradius was also good.
Yeah, Castlevania had a couple good games there, too. Alright, crematory oven. So we are going to use some holy water in order to clear a couple of these zombie guys. We're going to see if these guys glitch. They did not glitch. So sometimes that guy will not enter the coffin, and we can just kill them with holy water. Because he entered it, we're going to use our dark crystal that we picked up in the previous stage to clear it. So we're going to have another major skip coming up here. I will serious time this one as well. The basic principle of this is that I am using block on a breaking platform to maintain a standing state for a relaunch.
Nice.
It will just move on. 2 good attempts, put it that way. Yeah,
Yeah.
the awkward thing about this is getting that relaunch, you want to be relatively low. And because the boss is there, it orientates your launch awkwardly. It is possible that you can recover from it, but it's just a really hard skip. What can I say? All right, I'm gonna just do this the normal way, so that we stay on schedule. The basic principle is that you're able to fall on invisible geometry underneath at the bottom of that chimney, and then reach a grapple point. I'll point out where it's supposed to end you at, but I do not want to sit here for 10 minutes attempting this skip, because we got other things to do. Including one more pretty brutal skip.
Mirror of Fate is the second in the series.
So because of that, we're going to have to do the actual, probably fastest QTE in the game. But, you know, what are you going to do? So there's one more skip in addition to this one that I'm relatively worried about, which is known as Necromancer's Skip in Necromancer's Abyss. That one runs into similar issues that Olrock Skip does, where the boss can reorient where your camera goes, block your path of your jump, lock your commands for small periods of time. All of these skips, by the way, Olrock Skip, Gravedigger Skip, Necromancer Skip, these are all hard checks to PBing for me. It's like if I don't get them within the first couple or whatever, then it becomes very difficult to improve my time. That being said, I've been very close a few times during my practice for this event. So it's just about a matter of getting everything all together in one run. So we gotta hope that this jump backwards works, because sometimes it just decides to slide off. Alright, cool. You know, nothing like intended platforming not working, right?
Yeah, that's the frustrating part, is when the intended game mechanics don't work. Like grapple points.
So this is where we would have ended up from the skip, is out of bounds grabbing that grapple point. Please? Okay, I need you to stop grabbing that specific part of the wall, because I can't actually pull myself up there. Alright. So we're still very good on holy water, which is nice. That means that
And so it
we can
begins.
do, hopefully, some of the safer versions of a couple of skips. Okay. We're getting over a big invisible wall here in order to avoid a puzzle. I really don't like landing on that wall because it's very easy to slide out of bounds there, but it all worked out. This puzzle is once again technically skippable, but prohibitively difficult and requires the infinite jump, as mentioned before. The different tiles here correspond to different directions for a beam of light to travel on the pattern in the background. I'm always extremely terrified that I'm going to punch the wrong brick, because there's no way to really undo any of these selections. You would just have to let it run its course or do a restart. So at this point, we're getting very close to the Dark Lord of the Necromancers. We are just making our way through his domain. The puzzle that I skipped previously is actually kind of an interesting set piece, where you set this kind of celestial device that changes the position of the sun and the moon inside of this domain, and you cause them to form an eclipse in kind of a particular rock formation. And oftentimes when we're zooming around in scenes like this, it'll kind of have it in the background. But because it's in the wrong position in the sky, oftentimes you'll just see the sun or the moon. I can't tell if we got here really quickly or a little late. I think we got here a tiny bit late to miss that cycle. Probably don't need any more holy water, so I could probably chill on that. 6 is enough to give 2 solid attempts at this. So what we need to do is we need to get on top of this gate, jump out of bounds underneath the platform we are on, and then land inbounds on a platform below us. On that platform, there is a point that we can punch that activates a teleporter gate. 1, 2. Okay, we missed. Hopefully it saves our standing state on top of the gate, and it did not. Okay. That's why we try to hit a standing state here when we can. And this is where it gets awkward as far as positioning stuff, like I had mentioned before. 3rd attempt's not too bad. I've
nice.
definitely had much, much worse. So that activates a portal on the opposite side of the gate, but the gate is still technically closed. So because of that, we need to vault our way over that. Luckily, there are 0 holy water strats for that. I do need 2 holy water for the final skip of the game. Level. Hopefully he gets out of that corner, because not the easiest thing in the world to do this skip when he is completely blocking my path of jumping and reorienting my camera 4 times during the jump. Okay, please get out of that corner. Okay. Now we're on top of the gate. This is why I usually like some holy water for this skip. It just makes it so that I have less things to contend with. That doesn't mean that it still doesn't give a lot of problems, but at least getting on top of that gate and establishing a standing state is easier. So we're in kind of an awkward place with magic as a result of having to fight the Gravedigger. So we might have to kind of fight here. It's also important that I do save some shadow magic, because I will need enough to charge once on Draco Lich. I guess I could mention this. The way you get magic, in addition to the magic font, is you can build combo meter focus bar at the bottom when it's filled with ruins. Then every hit that you do before you get hit gives you neutral elemental orbs. So as you can kind of see, in addition to skipping Gravedigger and all of his cutscene stuff, getting the Gravedigger skip also gives me the magic I need in order to defeat that guy much quicker. So there is, as mentioned, one more major skip in the game. It used to be kind of a crapshoot whether I would get it or not. However, with backwards long jumping and figuring out that shadow charging puts you in that standing state, I have come up with a number of different backups that are pretty good at guaranteeing that we get what we need done. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Could skip a tiny bit of platforming here, but if you try to do the platforming skips in these next two jumping areas, it's possible that you hit a collision of teleport that sends you backwards. Normally not a big deal, except for the fact that depending on how you trigger that teleportation, it can spawn invisible walls that then make the stage uncompletable. And then you would have to start over the stage and do the skip all over again. So I'm just gonna do this a little normally.
Yeah, that's interesting that that happens, but super unfortunate.
That being said, it's like any other platforming skip. Most of them only save, maybe 10 seconds tops. So, we are gambling with much higher forces. Like the skip that we're about to do, the Draco Lich skip, is kind of notorious. A lot of people that might have played this game and fought the Draco Lich know that it's a very long and drawn out fight. It's the final Titan where you're meant to kind of grab on this skeletal dragon and go around breaking its ruins and such. Not uncommon casually the first time you do it for it to take 20-30 minutes as you just figure out how everything works and where everything is. Even if you do it well, I think you can do it somewhere between 4 minutes 30 and 6 minutes. That's how much variance there is, even on kind of doing it normally. We are hopefully going to get it done considerably faster. Get on top of this invisible wall. Oof. So I actually thought I would make it there without needing to do the backup, which is why I didn't do it. There we go. So, normally, after you climb all around him and break a bunch of ruins, he dumps you on this platform. However, this platform exists in the level before he dumps you on it. And as long as you can break the kind of checkpoint area to get here, you can end up in the final stage of the fight. Note that his health bar is still basically full, but it doesn't do a check for that as I defeat him there relatively quickly.
And now the final battle is come.
Alright, final fight. So, we meet the Dark Lord of the Necromancers. We learn that it's Zobek. We learn that he's been playing us for a fool all this time, controlling us with both magic and the Dark Gauntlet. He caused us to kill our wife, and he got his vast amounts of power and knowledge from some dark source that he found plunging the depths of hell. And we find out that he ended up making a pact with Satan. Who's this guy? So we are actively fist fighting Satan right now. And we are beating him down. In fact, we are going to beat him down so hard in this game that he's going to hit the juice pretty hard for the next game, just hoping that he's going to be strong enough to beat us. Satan does have the completed God mask on him right now. Which the whole time it's been like, oh, it'll give you the power of God if you have it. But that's kind of misleading what it does. Fortunately, this is not normally skippable. However, we are going to be coming up on time. It'll be during some QTEs, so I will let you know.
I will wipe the name of Belmont from this world forever!
So we have to get past these polarity circles and kind of navigate this little maze in order to get the final hit. This is not the best configuration I've ever seen, but I will cope. And time is going to be now. So, let's talk about the ending a little bit, okay? Because there is some interpretation here. The end of the game. I'll let it play out a little bit here. But note the visual when Gabriel has Satan's back and a beam of light comes out.
Take your hands off me, murderer. Your soul is damned.
I ask forgiveness and mercy for those that I have wronged. What I did unknowingly. Yet I would change everything if I could.
He isn't listening, Gabriel. Your fate is fixed.
Every man has the power to repent. I have faith in that. Forgive me. Forgive me, my God.
I will have such fun with your Marie. I will introduce her to such pleasures.
Her soul will go only to him. Once I have finished with you, Angel.
So, based on that leaving of this kind of light source coming out of Gabriel's mouth and heading heavenward, and the emergence of the black wings behind him, you could interpret this to mean that this is the point at which Gabriel Belmont becomes a Lord of Shadow. His heavenly body ascends up, and his darkness is only left on Earth. There are things that you could bring up that might call that into question, but I think that's a decent interpretation of what happens there. And as to why he kind of changes so rapidly into what he becomes the Shadow to. Move forward to the next kind of little bit of a plot point here. This is all of the souls making their way towards heaven now that the spell is broken and they're free to reconnect with God.
My love.
I am alive. No. I do not want this. Why has my life been given back to me?
It is your fate. You have been given back what was wrongfully taken from you. To repent your sins. To make amends.
But without you...
You freed them all. You saved us all, my Gabriel.
I couldn't save you.
I knew I could not tell you, or despair would have eroded your resolve and everything would have been lost. I had faith in you, hoped that you would be strong enough to free the world, and you did not let me down.
I am not worthy of your faith, your love. I am nothing.
You are a good man, Gabriel. You are as God intended, fallible, yet capable of great things. I loved you then, as I love you now. I see before me a man who has regained God's favor, and who has my forgiveness, and the forgiveness of all the lost souls of this world. You have saved us all, and you have saved yourself.
Few important lines coming up here.
The mask is a powerful device. It allows us to see through God's eyes.
Can it really bring the dead back?
Yes. Look.
Fool's hope.
It is too late for me, my love. I cannot come back.
No. No, don't go.
It is my time. The light is calling. I am not afraid.
Please, stay with me.
It's beautiful, Gabriel. So beautiful. It's calling to me. Calling.
So it's an interesting thing that they mentioned there. It allows you to see through God's eyes. If you're talking about various writings from different Christian scholars and stuff, they talk about how God can see the truth of people and who they are for what they are, which is an interesting quirk because when Satan puts on the mask, he genuinely seems terrified of Gabriel at some times. So how monstrous must Gabriel look? Like, how black is his soul based on what's happened? But there is a caveat where it's only kind of through God's infinite mercy and compassion that he can see past that into what a person can become and the good of them, even past that outward appearance of evil and darkness. But since Satan doesn't have that, all he can see is this monster. Really quick, just to cover the DLC, because I know we got to move on. In the DLC, you return to Castlevania, you meet Laura. She says that the Forgotten One, which is a being stored and trapped in the castle in an alternate dimension known as the Abyss, is breaking free because the seal that imprisoned him was the founders that put it, and since they disappeared, it's breaking its way out. During that, you drink all of Laura's blood to turn yourself into a vampire to enter the Abyss, and you defeat the Forgotten One, stealing all of his power, a power that is able to turn the world to ash. Okay. That brings us as to why you're a vampire in Lords of Shadow 2, and hopefully you'll dovetail us into the next story when we get Church and Sarge ready. But thank you. This is Turbodog702. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Hopefully you get to show this off at another place and continue to make some good plays, make some good skips. Check out Fiddlestick, Akion, Satvara, all the guys mentioned before.
And yeah, definitely check out Turbo if you're looking for speedruns of this game, or you also speedrun some other games. Very good speedrunner. Definitely check Turbo out. Like Turbo said though, we do have one more game coming up. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Lords of Shadow 2. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello,
everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2. We are going to be ending it off with a Lords of Shadow 2 run. I will be doing the run. I am joined by our previous runner, Turbo. How are you doing, Turbo?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing yourself?
I'm doing good. Hopefully this goes better than the last time I did this on GDQ, but we'll see. I don't think there's too much to talk about. We're going to have a little bit of some downtime in the first 15-20 minutes, so I will start the timer in, well, Ray will start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So right off the bat, we are in a tutorial area, and we are, technically it's not the past, but it is definitely much earlier than the main game. And we are playing as Gabriel Belmont / Dracula, and we are technically full power, but we're not really full power. We have limitations to what we have. Where you just kind of had to go through the prompts here, try and bait everybody into doing things.
So this early part is kind of a forced tutorial, as he mentioned. There are things that Church has to do in order to push forward inside of the game. No questions asked. He just has to do. Right now, Church is switching over the difficulty. When you do New Game Plus, it automatically sets you to the highest difficulty. That's very slow. We're going to switch that off. We can already see immediately that this game has already torpedoed its canon, as Gabriel is wearing his goth wear, which is definitely not what he wore in the last 2 games. No, this is actually a DLC costume.
Yeah.
Just for funsies. Something that we should preface with, this run does use a 99-cent DLC known as the Transmutation Ruin Pack. We'll kind of cover what that does more over time, but just for full transparency, that is a thing that is used in the run.
It's not strictly required to do the run. You can do the run without it. It just saves... It saves a little bit of time, but mostly it's the consistency that we care about. It makes the runs a lot more consistent. But yeah, so like we were saying, I had to do a bunch of different things. I have to recover from being hit. I have to dodge. I have to execute an enemy before it'll let me progress. Now it's introducing us to our blue magic. It's called the Void Magic in this. It does not as much damage as the red magic, but it does heal us. And you'll notice I am doing this move. I don't remember what it's called. You're not going to see me use it ever again after this area, because it's not good. But it's the strongest we can get right now for the Void Magic. This is our Chaos Magic. It breaks things, so you can see the shield is getting hot. It also just deals a lot more damage.
Yeah, due to Gabriel no longer being part of the Brotherhood, he does not have his Light Medallion or Shadow Medallion. I forgot to mention, but at the end of the Lords of Shadow 1 DLC, in the Void after the Forgotten One is defeated, Gabriel Belmont breaks his Vampire Killer Combat Cross into pieces in the Void. That will become relevant later on.
Yeah, and so right now it is broken in pieces in the Abyss, and yeah. And you'll notice, I guess you might have noticed that I'm fighting with like a whip-like thing, and it's just made out of Gabriel's blood. Yeah, that's just how he fights.
Yeah, we'll talk about Gabriel's loadout as we go through this. I will go on record as saying at the beginning of Lords of Shadow 2, and possibly at the end of it, Gabriel Belmont is the strongest Castlevania character.
Oh.
Controversial opinion, I know.
Alright. I've missed all my blocks. That's okay. There we go. Alright, just to clarify, you say at the beginning of this game?
Yes. So at this point, Gabriel has all of his abilities that he has. And he has 6 demon summons that he can just make out of nowhere. And he can just sexual energy clear everybody on screen with his Talisman of the Dragon. And he has the Void Sword, which basically controls entropy. And he has the Chaos Claws. And he beats Satan in a fist fight. And that's before he gets the power of a thousands-of-year-old vampire girl and the Forgotten One. The Forgotten One, by canon, can reduce the world to ashes when he gets released. In that DLC, in fact, after he gets Laura's power, the Forgotten One can just look at Gabriel and incinerate him with a laser beam. And you just have this guy's power.
That was a great part. That was my favorite part of the DLC.
Which, you know, you might be like, well, in Mirror of Fate, Trevor and Simon defeat him. Listen, all right? A game had to happen. But if we're talking about
also,
lore...
don't really... They also, don't necessarily defeat him. It's kind of, implied that he just left.
He gets, banished, kind of, like he does in all the games, right?
Yeah. Hello, can I get my movement? Thank you. So this is riveting gameplay here. There's rivets that we have to coerce. I never remember his name, but he is the champion of the Brotherhood of Light right now. We have to draw him into breaking them.
That rivet comment, the connective joke that's gonna bring this whole run together.
Really, if we can make it that, yes.
I'll show myself out.
I mean, I started it, so I think you're good. You'll notice this mechanic multiple times in this area, and then never again.
So I wasn't on the mic for story commentary for Mirror of Fate. Hopefully you guys got a decent idea of what was happening in that. I'll still probably refer to it here and there, but and we will try to keep this speedrun focused. However, you know, Lords of Shadow 2 is its own game. A lot more straightforward, I feel like, than Lords of Shadow 1. Kind of in line with Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate. Kind of straightforward. There's plenty of speed tech in there, but it's not nearly as wild and crazy. So we'll have a little bit more leeway to discuss things about the story or things that maybe we actually enjoy about this game.
I really like the combat in this game. I think the combat in this game is very good. And I talk a lot of crap about the series, the lore in general. I do think they're very good games. I just wish the lore was a little more coherent from time to time.
So, interesting change from the first game. You'll notice that there's red markings on the platform points. That is a change from Lords of Shadow 1, where sometimes it was kind of ambiguous where you needed to go. In this game, you can hold L2 and it highlights where you need to go, which is very nice. This game also has QTEs, like the other games. However, a nice change that they made for this, both for accessibility and just if you don't like it, is there's an option to auto-complete QTEs. So that's another nice little quality of life thing.
And it does it the fastest possible, so it's also good for speedruns.
The Church is using kind of the hard, heavy, direct attack against the shield guys. There are some differing strategies that you can do. Just depends on what you're expecting as far as your luck or how you're expecting enemies to move. As an example, I tend to like holding the area attack with the Chaos Claws to go against shields. Just kind of like covers a large area around you, tends to break them pretty strongly as well. The Paladin, the golden flying guy, is Roland de Roncesvalles. He is the current Paladin and Champion of Light and is said to be the chosen one by the Brotherhood of Light.
I need to stop missing these blocks.
Can we just appreciate how massive this guy is, by the way? Like, Gabriel is not a small man. And this dude is like 8 feet tall. Like 600 pounds.
Just a giant of a man.
Did you know that, in fact, is mentioned in the lore as well?
Really?
So,
I did not know
there
that.
are heavy units of the Brotherhood of Light, and it says in there that they are taken from the criminals of the land. And they must be at least 2 meters tall to be able to handle the large armor. And this guy is considerably taller than those guys.
Interesting.
See, you should read the logs. I'm just kidding. Don't read the logs.
You know,
My God, don't read the logs.
Turbo read the logs so you don't have to. The real Skyrim book report moment here. Oh, come on. You've got like 2 hits left. Just gonna face tank this. There we go.
Yeah, that.
So this is one of my favorite cutscenes. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that fight goes downhill real fast if you don't get on top of him quickly.
Yeah. So that is one of my favorite cutscenes. So at the end, we defeat the Paladin, and the Paladin starts chanting basically a holy prayer that is a very, very powerful spell. And Gabriel just kind of goes, oh yeah, I know that too, and chants it back with him, and then just causes this massive explosion which tears through Castlevania Castle.
And we find out that that is 500,000 people dead in an instant.
Yep. And now we wake up. What is this? Is
1,000
500 years afterwards?
1,000 years later.
I thought that Paladin fight happened in the 1700s. Maybe I am wrong. You read the log. You know better.
I think it is, but you know.
Okay.
Dates I wasn't.
I had it in my head that it was. That's fair. That's valid. Either way, this is happening in the 2200s right now.
So this is a pre-canned fight where you have to lose. The basic premise is after the explosion. Right now we aren't privy to what happened, but Dracula had his powers taken away and he is extremely weak after waking up from a long slumber. We'll find out later in the game why that is. He is visited by Zobek, the master of the necromancers, who asks him to join him in helping defeat Satan and his acolytes who have emerged. You know, good guy Gabbo, just, you know, eating a whole family. So a lot of scene skipping here. Basically, all you need to know is that Zobek's like, hey, Satan's coming back. His acolytes are planning his return. They're more powerful than I am. You're the only person strong enough to stop them. We need to get you your powers back, though. And after you help me defeat Satan, I have the vampire killer. And I can give you the death you desire. Of course, the subtext there, and Gabriel knows it, is once Gabriel is gone, then Zobek is just going to take over the world, since he'll be unopposed. Considering the great pains that we went to dump the pieces of the vampire killer in the abyss, which requires its own special properties to survive being in, it's a little surprising that Zobek has it and knew where to get it. But I'm a little bit more willing to hand wave. There is a line far later in the game that is maybe harder to parse.
I can hide that.
I mean, I have one that I will fight tooth and nail about. I will get to it when we get to it.
So how do you feel about rat forming?
This is my least favorite mechanic in the entire game. I hate these stealth sections. There is... So, it's weird, because it has the best movement in the game in the stealth sections, but the rat section sucks, and also the stealth sections suck.
So there are stealth sections in this game, like you mentioned, and you mentioned that the second fastest form of movement in the game is in these stealth sections. Since you're going to be coming up on another one of these scenes pretty soon, you want to kind of talk about that and how it affects certain parts of the run?
So, the second fastest movement in the game, it's kind of like shield dashing in like Soden or something like that. Basically, we have shadow daggers, which are just kind of like our throwables. And normally you would just throw it and then you would move on, kind of like that. You also have a dash. And normally you just do the full dash animation, but when we're in stealth sections, you can dash, and the fastest part of the dash is right at the beginning. So you can dash and then immediately throw a dagger, and that will cancel the dash, and then you can do another dash. So you get the fastest part of the dash constantly. But it can only be done in stealth sections.
And boy, oh boy, is it a good thing that they have this in the stealth sections, because I mentioned I feel that they fixed the combat in Lords of Shadow 2, but everything else was worse. Cue worse things.
So you'll see, like, getting caught there. But yeah, like, that is the second fastest movement in the game. It is very fast. And we can skip the stealth sections because the stealth sections are something.
Okay, so during this time as we're moving through here, we're being guided into this area by this vision of the child Trevor Belmont. Okay? Now, I want to point this out because it will come to my best theory as to how the castle works as we move through the game. I'll talk about it. But keep note that it seems like every time that Gabriel Belmont or Dracula returns to the castle as it once was, it is a direct result of interacting with either Trevor Belmont or later on the White Wolf, who is Alucard. We learned that in Mirror of Fate. I'm not spoiling anything.
Also, and I want to point this out, which helps your point, we never knew childhood Trevor. So, it's not like we're seeing some, like, memory or something. We never knew Trevor as a child.
So, in preparation for this, against my better judgment, I replayed all 3 games and read all the logs again. There's one explanation I can come up with. Okay, you ready for this?
Okay.
You saw Child Trevor?
I mean, no, but I'll hear it.
Okay, so you know at the end of Mirror of Fate, the very end where Trevor's dying.
Yes.
And Gabriel looks into the Mirror of Fate and sees who Trevor is. That's how he knows what Child Trevor looks like. because he sees him back then and him growing up.
All
Listen,
right.
it's not great, but there's a reason. And I want to point that out here. I mentioned it in my Lords of Shadow 1. I am only talking about the game as I understand it. Okay? I've tried so hard to work out plot holes and stuff as best I can. And maybe I'm putting more thought into it than the storytellers did. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and just hope that I'm correct on most of this stuff. Okay, so it's at this point that you get access to the Void Sword, which was hidden away from Dracula, but you get access to it again. And it seems like this mysterious blood has seeped its way into this version of the castle and seems to be taking control of this rubble and creating a stone golem. And it seems to be addressing Dracula specifically as the Lord of the Castle, or my lord. So while the focus gauge didn't really matter too much in Lords of Shadow 1, in Lords of Shadow 2 it does get a little bit more play. Once again, when you build combo with your normal weapon, you build focus meter, which then gives you blood orbs, which can be turned into magic. Right now you're seeing Church use Whirlwind. Whirlwind is one of the best moves in the game, both for damage output and just consistency of damage. It also tends to make you invincible against a lot of attacks, and is relatively cheap. If you manage to catch enemies at the very end of it as well, it does even more damage as it gets more hits.
Yeah. It is, I would say, the second most useful attack in all the game. Behind Blizzard. We'll get to Blizzard in like 8 or 9 minutes. Until then, we can focus on how terrible the aerial combat in this game is.
So you say that, but there's 3 main things that I really like that they changed about the combat in this. Sorry, 4. First of all, weapons aren't hard counters, they're tools, which I think is good. Secondly, you have an air dodge in this game, which is also very good.
That's true.
You can get back on the ground and dodge out of the way when you are engaged in the air. Next, your attacks tend to stun enemies sometimes, while as in the first game, you barely stunned enemies. So a lot of times they could just knock you out of combos. And then lastly, my brain is failing me on getting the last thing I was going to say. Your dashes knock down a lot of enemies. Like if you dash into them, you can kind of shove them over. The combination of all those things together tends to help a lot for the way the combat feels in this game. So do you want to talk about sword dashing? We're going to see a little bit of it here.
Yeah. So basically, kind of like canceling the the dash with the dagger. If you attack while you're dashing, you get a slightly faster dash. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do this. I want to get that Blizzard, which is here. Okay, could we not do a rising uppercut, please? There is like a very small skip you can do here, but it is minuscule. So, not something I ever actually learned, if I'm being honest with you. I think it saves like, what, 2 seconds?
Not even sure it necessarily saves time because you don't get the relic, which means that your relic
that's true.
Stuff gets set back a little bit.
Where the hell am I? What did I just do?
You mixed yourself up there.
I have mixed myself up very greatly.
There you go.
There
right?
we go. Where the hell am I?
And
There
then
we go.
Right
okay.
again and up the... Well.
Yeah, up here. Where the hell did I just go? I don't know that I've ever gone that way in my entire life. I didn't know there was a second pathway.
So yeah, you'll notice that the dash is faster than your normal movement. You also don't need to like spam it like you would need to do for a run. And you'll notice that these vampires look considerably different than they used to in Mirror of Fate. And there is technically a reason for that. In Mirror of Fate, the vampires look like angels because basically they changed their form as Gabriel became the master of the castle. I forget the exact reasoning, but that's kind of what it comes to, is they gained a new form based on their new master. The reason they look like this in this game is after Gabriel left, when he was in sleep after the fight with Roland, they went nuts. And when they went nuts, they reverted back to their more animalistic tendencies and form. So that's why these ones are much more demonic and bat-like looking, as opposed to the things that look closer to dark angels in Mirror of Fate. Also, these guys were infected by that same evil blood as the stones. It seemed like originally it did feel like they noticed Gabriel, but once the blood took over, they immediately turned against their former master and began to try to attack Trevor. After you help Trevor, he realizes that you're there to help and that you are trying to, I guess, make amends. And he gives you access to the White Wolf Medallion. Using the White Wolf Medallion, you are able to follow the White Wolf and traverse between the present day and the castle as it once was. Note that I am calling it, or I will try to call it all the time, the castle as it once was, because you are not technically time traveling to the past. That's something I hear thrown around a lot. That's not exactly what's happening, as my understanding.
I like to call it past Castlevania, even though you're not going... Like, it is not time travel, it's just, like, a version of it. So we are back in the real world.
Our trusty tech guy, Railcoon, says it's the Mine Castle. That is... a third right, I'll say. A third.
Oh, give me this. Thank you.
So something that I wasn't able to mention that's potentially relevant for the discussion. Nice little cutscene.
Oh, I didn't
quite get
it.
If you trigger that and trigger the rat transformation, you can kind of overlap the things, save a tiny bit of time. Not that big a deal. So something that I hadn't mentioned that's kind of important to this plot, something about the castle of the vampire Dark Lord, which would become Castlevania or Castlevania City in this point, is that it is technically bound by a demon from the Bernard family. And later on we will find out that due to the rage of Gabriel destroying and smashing things with the Chaos Gauntlets, and that becoming a personification of his rage, the castle starts to kind of like mutate, heal itself, transform over time.
Not where I'm supposed to be.
So keep that in mind, that the castle itself has its own entity that seems to have its own abilities, and that greatly impacts the people that lived there, how it presents itself, how it changes over time, things like that.
Life cycle.
Yeah, that thing is really annoying too. I've waited over a second after it stops and it still hit me before.
Yeah, the hitbox on that thing is wild. I will never understand it. returning to checkpoint here. The checkpoint is right outside where I accidentally turned into regular form, which is where I want to be. A little bit more of our speed tech here for the few seconds we get it.
Oh man.
And then we get some of the slowest movement in the game.
Place your bets.
Which is blocking as possessed people.
You just gotta, you're hoping for the stumble. Get that fast stumble tech.
Yeah.
Decontamination. Please do not.
It is completely random. Sometimes they can stumble. It'll save like a half second, maybe a second. Oh, give me the cutscene, please.
So,
now we
what
have
are we
these
finding out here?
Creatures. Okay, so the first acolyte is in charge of or one of the higher ups at a pharmaceutical company, and they have basically put out a giant super virus that transforms people into these creatures. So now, on top of everything else that was going on, all of the citizens are these creatures. I didn't get a single... Ooh, there we go. Got one orb, and it was a demonic, here's the demon? I don't remember what it's called. Demonic Embrace? Demon. I don't know, the good one. Ensnared Demon, there we go. The important one. The reason we spend 99 cents on a DLC.
So, this is the first acolyte. She is... So originally I thought this was just her demonic form, but upon replaying, she actually gets infected with the virus, and this is the form she takes. This is also what disrupts her mind to make her kind of animalistic and weird. So now Church is going to try his best to first stop her from her super speed, and then he's going to try to structure damage so that she gets to low health, and then finish her with a blizzard. And we will hope that things work out in that regard. Remember that you do have an ensnared demon if you need it.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and not use it, but I am definitely probably going to.
The ensnared demon there was a relatively relevant drop.
No, no.
RT, Y,
I
Y,
learned
Y,
it,
Y,
right?
Y.
RT, Y, RT, it's RT.
With a blade projection.
There we go. I think I have just enough if that catches her. But I do have the demon, so that will be fine otherwise. There we go.
So why did you take those great pains to do that?
So, if I did it correctly, which I believe I did, although I'm not hearing it, there is the move in the game called Blizzard, which you saw me using. Now, the interesting thing about Blizzard is I don't hear it. I might not have gotten it.
You'll have another opportunity on the big guys if you want.
Yeah. So, Blizzard has a flag, so it's that AoE move, and it has two flags. Blizzard on, Blizzard off. So, the Blizzard on flag happens when you start the move, and you see me standing there with the move. And the Blizzard off flag happens when you stop using it for whatever reason. However, for whatever reason, when you end a fight in a cutscene with Blizzard, the game forgets about the Blizzard off flag and just gives you Blizzard. I do not have it, but if I had succeeded, I would just have Blizzard right now. Because I ended a fight in a cutscene. Probably just gonna end up using the Ensnarled Demon here, but...
We'll still have plenty of other opportunities to see the glitch in action here. That's just like the first available one.
Yeah. I can get it off this one. And then if I miss it on here... what's my next option? Not Medusa. Probably...
It might be the Riot Police.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't remember if Riot Police is even useful, though, but we'll see. So, there are some problems with the Infinite Blizzard glitch, which is why I said I don't know if it'll be useful. It is a move that will constantly hit, which is great anytime you're supposed to be able to do damage, but in stuff like stealth sections, this is not enough. I need to actually... In stuff like stealth sections, I'm just gonna use it.
Yeah, you'll get plenty more. Void? Yeah.
In stealth like stealth sections where you're not supposed to be able to deal damage, having the glitch active will actually brick the game. You'll soft lock and won't be able to progress.
And so we won't be able to see if he got the good or bad version of the Blizzard glitch until this Ensnared Demon falls off. Ensnared Demon is one of the relics in the game. It allows you to have infinite magic for both Void and Chaos magic for its duration. Allows us to abuse the most powerful moves available to Gabriel. Earlier on, we picked up Tears of the Saint, which is a kind of healing item. However, we won't really be using those for that purpose. Instead, a lot of the other relics that we pick up, Church will be using the Transmutation Rune DLC to store them, and use that stored energy to purchase more Ensnared Demons as he needs them. For the purposes of new game, which there are new game runs of this game, the other particularly relevant relic is known as the Seal of Alaster. That allows you to unlock all of the moves without having to purchase them, which is relevant for getting the Blizzard glitch up and active when you don't have all of the moves available. So, since Blizzard glitch should be up, you should be able to bypass this arena by freezing the people inside of it and maybe distracting one of them with a bat.
I got really worried that it didn't work. Because it took like a little second there to start, but we're good.
So
good.
If he hadn't frozen them in place, a lot of enemies will tend to shoot you down from walls as you're trying to escape.
Alright, I tried it. Whatever.
We're going to see if Church is able to do a little bit of a puzzle skip here by using kind of extended jumps. First, he's got to talk to the Chupacabra, you know, our friend from the first game.
First one, that was... Okay, got both of them. Second one's a little harder to do.
Pretty solid.
Easy.
These are deceptively
got
difficult
an animation
jumps.
cancel there. That's not where I need to go. Yeah, those ones are actually the second one I did is actually like really hard to do, but oh come on, game. Anytime you see me like somersaulting around, I'm trying to do a prompt cancel or an animation cancel. Sometimes they work, or like they actually save time. Sometimes they don't. So like here, if I miss it, it saves no time. Or if I hit it, it saves no time. If I miss it, it wastes time. There are some parts that I don't try to animate and cancel on because they have the ability to just crash the game.
What happened there is we freed a chupacabra that has been kind of imprisoned under the castle for playing tricks on people. Once released, he offers to show the Prince of Darkness where Medusa is, who has the Chaos Claws in her possession. And he then offers to open up a shop, which we will visit one time. The Church is going to have a decision here on whether he is going to try to go for an arena skip or if he wants to spend a little extra time to get an additional dungeon jailer key. That's the term. Both have their advantages.
I'm gonna go for the skip, and if it goes poorly, I'll go for the extra key. There we go. First try. So it's really hard to do repeats of that trick because of the Infinite Blizzard glitch. Because if I didn't get up properly, I would freeze the Harpy in place, and then I would have to hope that one of the other ones hit me, or that it reset properly, and that takes a while.
Okay, so we meet Medusa and her sisters, who combine into the Gorgon, and once again the blood kind of warps the trust and, I don't know what you would say, connection that the denizens of the castle have with their master. And they try to stop him from getting access to the Chaos Gauntlets. So unfortunately... Oh, never mind. I was going to say I thought you had the Drain version.
I thought I had it too. I think it was just... I think it just didn't award me the Chaos Magic for some reason.
So the downside to the Blizzard glitch, besides its soft blocking in places, there are versions of the Blizzard glitch that you can get where it'll drain your Void Magic all the time. If you get that, then it becomes a lot more difficult to use magic. And in some cases, you have to use Chaos Magic or you have to use Void Magic. And the glitch state kind of prevents you from doing that. If that happens, there is a little bit of a workaround by using Ensnared Demons. That'll buy you about 10 seconds of magic before the glitch makes it impossible to do anything. But there's genuinely times where if you get the bad version of Blizzard, it's sometimes better to just drop the glitch by restarting from checkpoint.
I don't have Void Magic because I am dumb. Well, let's waste a little bit of time and get some. Ah, crap.
Just say you didn't pick up what's it called? You didn't pick up Guillotine, did you? Get attack variety.
Did I not?
I don't know.
You know what? I didn't. You're right, I did not. I only got Somersault for some reason. It'll be fine.
So this is a little awkward.
So, one... God. Yeah. Normally, when I'm climbing, I will be holding down the left trigger so that we get the highlights, and also I'll be pressing jump because jump will make it go by a little faster. However, because we have the Blizzard glitch active, it is possible to get yourself in a state where you deal damage on a bad frame and the game just launches you into the abyss, and you have to restart. I didn't mean to land in that.
So Church needs to get a little bit of both types of magic here. He's going to need to freeze the hand one more time, and he's going to need sufficient chaos magic to break a wall coming up.
Go.
And that should be plenty.
Yeah. This is the really dangerous part here, where you can get launched off. We should be good now.
Yeah, it turns out when you do damage to something when you're not supposed to, weird stuff happens.
Yeah, sometimes it acts really, really weird. Now there is a quick kill here. Okay, well, there is a quick kill. There is a quick kill. There we go. I don't know that I've ever spawned on the orb before. Or if I do, I always just dash away. Maybe I'm just bad at this. Maybe I've never noticed you spawned on that.
Oh, the void gem's the really bad one.
The orb?
The void gem, it shows it to your left, but it actually spawns on your right.
It's brutal. I always get that one mixed up.
So you're seeing chaos bombs used here. That's chaos magic plus your projection or projectiles. I think they're called like blood knives or something. Shadow daggers, that's the term. The explosive knives, deceptively good, especially in new game. They do quite a bit of damage, don't cost a lot of magic to use, and they are a safe ranged option, which is relevant when you could soft lock yourself by being too close to certain bosses with Blizzard. Fire cover, explosive earthquake at the bottom. Potentially the ground slam if you want it, like the guillotine version. Straight punches.
I don't normally use that, so... Hello? There we go. So, kind of, earlier we were talking about, how I had the option of doing an arena skip or doing an extra jailer key. This is the area where that extra jailer key would have been helpful, because I could just freeze these enemies and then skip it all by using the extra jailer key instead. But because I went for the arena skip, I do this fight instead. I don't know that there's much of a difference in time.
It's close one way or another.
Yeah. I guess as long as you get the arena script like first try, it's close. Otherwise, it's probably slower.
Did you want to store your relics so you can buy more?
That is, I think I only have the one, but yes.
So we're going to come up to the Chupacabra's place, and he sells relics. He kind of sells as many as you need to cap out. So if Church decides to kind of bank some extra... Oh, okay. You went into the shop, so you can't bank them now, but that's fine.
Can you not do it?
Not in a shop,
I only have one
unfortunately.
anyway. I think I used them all. Rip.
That being said, he's going to get like 12 ensnared demons here, effectively, so not the biggest issue. And some dungeon keys.
Excellent taste, sir.
Look at all that stuff. Chupacabra is also going to give the Talisman of the Dragon to Gabriel. That's very similar to the Dark Crystal in the first game. You build up pieces of it, and it's a giant nuke that destroys basically everything on scene. You will see it once in this run.
Technically, if I used it early, you could get a chance to see it a second time, but I won't.
So once again, we are returning to the real world with the White Wolf.
Technically, depending on how badly the cathedral goes, I might use it early. Because I don't normally use it. You normally use it on the giant mechs going into Victor, and I don't do that. But if it takes me like 3 minutes, I'll probably just use a talisman. And then if their drops are really lucky, I might get a second one.
Yeah, I feel like the two best places to use it are either there or just after death. Just because those are the places where you can't really effectively control the opponents and do your platforming.
Passed it.
This entire time, Zobek's lieutenant has been kind of following us here and there, trying to provide assistance. We keep telling him to leave. He keeps following us because Zobek keeps telling him to follow us. We question the Acolyte and find out that there is an antidote for this demon virus that's gotten spread. And we are on our way to try and discover its location. The intended purpose is to give the antidote to the Acolyte so that she regains her mental faculties and thus can get her mind read by Zobek for additional information. How they assume that there's going to be an antidote and just know there's going to be one when this thing is presumably to turn everyone into demons in the city, and what is
That's not what I wanted. Whoops.
And what does Satan care if everybody is crazy and deranged and evil anyway? Like, don't ask these questions. You're not going to get answers to them. It's like that line in L.A. Noire where you're interrogating like the criminal, Cohen. He's like, ask a question you might get an answer to, kid. But regardless, we're making our way over to try and get access to this antidote. And now the city is basically in full alert, right? They're starting to deploy their mechanized riot police to try and deal with the situation. Later on, we'll get our first encounter with those. But for now, we're going to be making our way through an asylum and on our way to the transport for Bioquanic at a pharmaceutical company.
Oh, it's over here. I don't know why they decided the rat sections were. I do not like these sections. I need to... No, it's regular Shadow Daggers here for some dumb reason, right? Yeah, it's just regular Shadow Daggers. Alright, there we go. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. Sometimes you get slapped a bunch. Oh, nothing. Okay. I think that's all the destructibles in here. You're supposed to like jump on tables or stuff, but you can just like you get a little bit of extra height with your heavy attack, so you can do that. That'll be a little more relevant later for some skips. There's technically one that I tried to do it very briefly, but it saves like a half a second compared to the other one. I was right at the beginning of the game, so I just skipped it when I missed it. Now I'm getting caught on this wall.
All right, just continuing to make our way out of the asylum.
Normally I would try to freeze those and just go for it, but because I needed the magic, I just farmed them for it. Also get me back to being able to sword dance. Dash? Okay, I can't talk. Whatever. I give up. Do the fast movement.
Yeah, so the sword dash just basically lowers the recovery at the end of dashes. It can be done with the Chaos Claws as well. It's a little bit faster.
And if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter which one you use, right? They're both equally as fast?
Close enough if there is a difference.
Yeah, okay. Could you not... great, thank you.
Real shame is that the fastest form of movement we don't really get to use much at all.
I actually don't even use it because normally...
Like one or two places you can use it. That's not much.
And you normally have to use a demon for it, so... Okay. Go.
So these are the riot mechs. Riot mechs casually are kind of no fun enemies. You have to break their shields using chaos magic, which means you need chaos magic. And then when you try to break their shields, they will typically fly away and disengage. So really annoying to catch up to fight. There are a couple of enemies like that, which is why I hesitate to call the combat great. But still pretty good. Still pretty good.
I'm going to avoid jumping at this door because I don't want to fall through the world. When the doors are loading like that, you can like dash into them and then you will go through them, like clip through them and then fall through the unloaded world. And there's just nothing there. You're done. you reload checkpoint. And
sounds like a computer problem on your end. Please consider spending $5,000 to play this 10-year-old game.
I should be running 4090.
This is another arena skip. You can either freeze both of these guys or use bat. Bats are... We haven't really seen them. Bats are used to distract enemies. And they can be pretty powerful sometimes.
What do I need? I need a little bit of this. Nope, wrong way.
Find myself trying to think if there's anything I'm missing story-wise to cover, but I don't think there is at this point.
I think so. Yeah, we're just... yeah, this is like a long... I want to say like 20-minute part where you're just going from point A to point B, and there's not really any additional lore.
Well, I disagree. There's so much lore. You just gotta get the data logged.
Okay. There's so much lore that you have to go seek out, which I didn't.
I didn't say it was good
path,
or made sense.
Turbo read the logs, so we didn't have to. Turbo is the keeper of the lore.
What you'll find, like, a lot of the logs in this game are split into two things. Some of them are soldiers' diaries and some are city monuments. Neither of which are particularly great sources of, what would you call it, unbiased? Like...
Data?
Yeah, data or whatever. Unbiased history. Because they're painted by, you know, the people that are writing them. So you got to take those with a grain of salt somewhat when you're reading them. What is kind of consistent between them is they'll produce a soldier's diary or a monument referring to a soldier. And then, you know, you'll get to see how history has kind of spun itself around the narrative to try and make the Brotherhood seem like, you know, heroes and, you know, we were always the good guys and we were always courageous and stuff. And some of them kind of died pretty embarrassing deaths. We're going to be making our way to an underground container shipping place that leads to an underground train. There is a slight platforming skip you can do here. It takes 3 different forms. One of those forms is not available in the PC version of this game since it was patched out. See if Church goes for a longer one or a shorter one.
I actually don't know which one you're talking about that got patched out. Could I go the right way, please? Thank you. I'm being dumb here. I don't know why I'm doing this. I went the wrong way. Alright, let's try that from the top.
So, in the original versions of the game, you used to be able to go back where the carts were going from and float in the...
Oh!
But unfortunately, in the PC version of the game, you can't... At least it doesn't seem like you can do the same float that you can in the console version unpatched.
You know what? I do remember that now. Okay. So that's part 1, now that I've stopped
instead
being dumb. Hold on. No, let me get down.
So the one that we do have available to us is once Church bypasses this section here. You'll notice the other line of carts going across. You have the option to bypass 1 or 2 of the containers. The first jump is probably the hardest one, so I usually skip it. Yep.
What?
And that's why.
Where did I go? Okay, fine. I'll do the slow one. We've spent enough time here. I thought I had that, but okay.
See, gentle viewer, the skips in Lords of Shadow 1 that I did multiple attempts on save 2-3 minutes. Church is fighting for his life for a whopping 8 seconds right now. Like the first jump here, I don't even know why this one doesn't work super great. Just for some reason, something's happening that makes it really inconsistent to land on the containers. That being said, he's going to cut this ride a little short and kind of jump off early. That saves a fair amount of time as well. And then unfortunately, he's going to have to drop his blizzard here at this door, because he's going to enter a stealth section. Can't do stealth sections with blizzard.
Also, hey Ray, I'm a dummy. Could you raise the estimate from 2 to 2:30? Because 2 would be a 10-minute or like no, it's like a 6-minute world record. That hit.
Wrong nerd.
I don't know that that's gonna work. Yeah, hit the wrong one.
So, just to let viewers know, we're going to be boarding a train relatively soon, and I guess that'd be a decent time to take a break. But got to clear the stealth section or two first.
I skip this again.
Also, these guys,
If I get a two-
possibly the second
God.
strongest entity in Castlevania.
Remain in the center of the hatch.
What would you put above them?
Actually, they can't be second, because Kid Dracula's second. Those guys are really high up there, though, because they're kind of invincible to everything. Except for the blood possession thing.
Which, you have to be right beside for some reason. Is there a lore reason for that?
I mean, there's a game reason. Because a game had to happen.
Yeah, because the game had to happen. Yeah, if I beat this game in 2 hours, I'm cheating, so... Let's, just throwing that out there. Maybe don't listen to past church on 2 hours. You let me drop, please. Are you kidding me? Game sucks. I was very specifically not doing the dash or the fast dashing so that I could hit that cycle, and I still missed it. Great, awesome. Oh, it's okay. I don't have to redo that entire section all over again. And so for anybody who's wondering why I'm waiting for the guard to get all the way across the room instead of just going for it, the guard moves way faster unpossessed than possessed. So if I let the guard walk all the way there, I save time. Unless I miss it, in which case I don't save time and I'm a joker and a clown.
Access granted.
Now we are going to board our train here. Which has some gameplay in it. But we were going to take a break, so I'll get onto the train, and then once the train section starts, we can go to a break. I will obviously give a timer, or a countdown, or a heads up. It'll be after skipping these cutscenes. We'll go to break here. So during these longer cutscenes runs, we like to take a break every hour so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. Not everybody is used to sitting through 2.5 hours as speedrunners are, so we're gonna take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the GDQ Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Castlevania Lord of Shadow 2. We're in the middle of a Lord of Shadow 2 run, and we'll get right back into it in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're in the train. I do not like the train section. I do actually have a little bit of magic I should be using. The train section is, hello? Let me move, please. It's a mess.
You know, I was just thinking what Castlevania was really missing was Space Marines.
It just needed to be a little bit more like Doom and Halo. So the basic premise is that we got found out and they're willing to destroy the entire train. So we basically have to jump from cart to cart before the cart that we're on gets destroyed. This section is the only part in the game casually that I could not figure out how to get past, and I had to look up. Everything else I did on my own except for this. Because I am a very impatient person, so I never considered the fact that all you had to do was wait for the guard to leave. I think I spent legitimately 15 minutes trying to figure out how to leave that cart.
Really cool scene here, by the way. I've been kind of neglecting a couple of places, but there's some really cool set pieces in this game.
Crap. Alright, well, I guess we don't get the magic, that's fine. I do really like this as, like, it's driving through the city and you get to see everything. Because you don't really get to see anything like that anywhere else in the game. I guess you do get to see, like, the alternate Castlevania a little bit like that, but never the real world. Or the current world, whatever we're calling it.
The church is going to have another opportunity to get Infinite Blizzard if he wants coming up here. There's advantages and disadvantages, one way or another. So we'll see what he decides to do. This is basically Mark Echoes getting up. Gabriel should go off the side of the train and start tagging.
Ah, crap, I missed it.
Yeah, this guy takes so much damage. Alright, so Church has decided to get his Infinite Blizzard going again. We'll see if it's the good version or the bad version soon enough.
The bad version, that kind of sucks.
There's a Zobek's lieutenant, who is a demon inhabiting a suit of armor. For those of you wanting the DLC for this game, that's content-wise, deals with Alucard and kind of the middle part of the game, what happens after the fight for Castlevania. After
right, looks like we do have a good version.
What happens in the aftermath between the end of the fight with Ronald and when Dracula wakes up. We will kind of cover that as it comes up in the story, and we'll try to keep it brief, just so that you guys keep up with the story. But for now, we are just completely destroying these demon guys with Infinite Blizzard.
Come and hold this switch.
This little section introduces the buddy mechanic where you have to have the lieutenant hold on to stuff for you to do something.
So without Blizzard, there is technically an arena skip here, but since he does have infinite Blizzard, it might be faster to just kill him to see if he cooperates. And he did not.
Yeah, since Alucard aggroed him, I think it's just going to be faster to do this.
So it's kind of a similar skip to the Harpy fight that we had before, where you use that guy's uppercut with a timed jump to get boosted into the upper section there, the upper left.
Talisman. Oh.
I mean, I'll be real, I'd be shocked if you got a second talisman. I think the most I've gotten is 2 pieces after using one.
I would have to get incredibly lucky to get enough for a second talisman drop or use.
I remember Fiddlestick found some breakouts for this section where you could cause the lieutenant to like grab in the air here and like create launches with them.
Interesting. Oh, you know what? I actually think I remember that now, yeah.
So much like Lords of Shadow 1, this has had some work done by a decent amount of people. While not as broken as Lords of Shadow 1, you still have people like Fiddlestick, Akion, Sepvara, and Vipia Zone working on it, or have done work on it. Where a lot of the glitches and kind of various techniques kind of came into play. A lot of what I would say probably we have contributed has just been kind of battle strategies more than anything else. But this is a lot more structured of a game, so there's not too many crazy things to do. It's just doing everything as cleanly as you can and hoping for some luck on Infinite Blizzard.
Yeah.
There is technically an infinite jump in this game, but I think it got patched out for PC. I have been unable to replicate it or anything close to it, so pretty sure it got patched out.
Yeah.
That being said, this game is very locked away in triggers. So even if you could bypass certain things, a lot of times the game just won't work. So currently, we are running away from Carmilla. The reason for that is in the beginning of this scene, Carmilla turned on the charm and Gabriel drank her blood, which was poisoned and is now poisoning Gabriel. After that, a vision of Marie shows up and tells us to drink her blood to try and counteract the poison.
I've run out of patience.
I have questions. I'll keep it brief. In Lords of Shadow 1, Gabriel was having none of Carmilla. Not a single thing. And now he is apparently mildly infatuated with her, to the point where he would drink her blood and fall for her charms, despite the fact that she's not superpowered.
I'm glad you brought this up, because this is the part that I was going to complain about. I've never understood this plot point. I've never understood this.
50-50.
Like,
Who is it?
It makes no sense.
Who is it? Oh.
No.
No luck. So,
and that loses Blizzard.
There are two Maries there. Basically, Carmilla takes the form of Marie to try and trick you into drinking her blood. Because we have Infinite Blizzard going, they both fall to the ground, and we can't get any audio cues to guess who's who. So even if we wanted to know who was who, and not just guess for time's sake, we wouldn't be able to. So that's a straight 50-50. It's not like it'll always be the left or always be the right either. It's just what does the game give you. That being said, Ensnared Demon makes it so that this fight is easily recoverable. Carmilla does a really good job of running away from you, so you typically want to use this Explosive Earthquake or Chaos daggers. I forget what they're called now. Chaos projectiles to cause explosions and chaser.
Yeah.
Damage. There was an example of that from when Church was doing that, where she'll just like run away from you. So those are kind of the only two viable options.
None of the explosions seem to have hit, so...
They hit, but she can dodge out of them.
again.
Sometimes she'll just decide not to get hit.
Where the... You know what?
Pretty soon we're going to get access to kind of our power of mist, where we'll be able to turn into mist form. Mist form has some interesting properties. It can be used to extend jumps, can be used to create invulnerability frames for yourself. Also gives you access to get past certain gates.
I'll make you love me if I have to.
Ow. Thank you. Hello? Don't end, please. I could get Blizzard here, but it is ultimately not worth the time.
So this is where sometimes I like to use the fastest form of movement, since you usually have an Ensnared Demon going at this point. But, kind of awkward. Basically what it is you can dash with magic when in mist form, and by alternating between the two of them, you can move very, very quickly. The downside is it costs a lot of magic, and it's kind of disorienting, not only because you're moving very fast, but the world around you will kind of get motion blurred because you're switching magic. Because of those two things, mainly the magic component, we only really use it, or it's only really useful in about 2 areas. Maybe like 15 seconds total. Which is a shame, because it's pretty cool to look at. Here we're going to use an extended jump and maybe a damage boost. Get over the top of here.
There we go.
We're going to run into kind of a similar situation in just a little bit inside of a large tower. So, I mentioned Guillotine in the first game. Guillotine is the move where you're in the air, Gabriel kind of does a vertical spin and slams on the ground. That has a lot of interesting properties in LOS1. It does have an interesting property in LOS2, which is that it gains you a tiny bit of height during it, which you can then cancel into mist form to kind of give yourself additional height. And even with just that tiny bit more height, it's sometimes just enough to get where you need to go.
I think I'm doing a different version than you normally do. Because you normally do the other way, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Gabriel, please look the right way.
I think this makes this jump harder, though.
That's fair. I think you are correct. But I was never able to get the other version to work.
Yeah, there's kind of an awkward jump that you need to do here. Actually, need is a bit telling. You skip a elevator puzzle as a result of doing.
But there is a very important thing. I don't remember how to do the normal part anymore. It's been so long. That's not enough height. It seems like a minute if you get it first try, I believe. Okay, I need you to stop running that right at the end, Gabe.
So a tool that I've often used in order to get on railings inside of this is by jumping and pressing direct attack once, it usually gives you just enough forward space to kind of land on ledges. It's kind of weird how it works. But I usually go kind of more head on with it, and this makes it kind of awkward for church because it's this sloped banister rather than a straight one.
Yeah. And unfortunately, because of the enemies, it likes to, like, directional move towards them. There we go. Okay, I guess I'll fall through the floor there. That's cool. Ow. Nope. Okay. Rude. I think I'm too far on the right. Yeah. I think it might have been able to push myself up there, but... Okay. That should be it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that looked good.
If I would have gotten knocked off there, I would have been very sad. I for sure thought I was getting knocked off there.
So this section is why
and now
Blizzard
we are
isn't that big of a deal, because you'd have this stealth section here.
Yeah. This is my favorite part in the entire game. And you saw that I just had trash movement there. And it doesn't matter. You'll see why in like 10 seconds. So, we're on a cycle. So I can never make it in time to possess that scientist there. So, no matter what I do, I'm always possessing the second scientist. We're gonna be here a while. I think this is like a 40-second cycle or something. Somebody earlier asked, do story cutscenes change based on whether or not you do good versus evil? No, there's no... nothing like that in this game.
Moral imperative doesn't exist in this game.
Yeah. There's no helping people, there's no...
Although, I mean, that would be a way to
nothing.
get new action figures for Konami. Renegade Gabriel.
Is the straight Dracula before he turns bad? No, he's definitely bad already.
Glow-in-the-dark scientist with new battle damage.
I mean, it'd be better than some of the stuff they've come out with recently. And if you're wondering why I didn't, like, bat form or something and then wait for the scientist to walk over here, well, there's lights on over there, so get detected. So you have to possess the scientist there and do this slow walk.
Konami cross nerf for the Golgotha battle rifle. Shoots out ball.
Alright, so like 30 minutes ago, we went on a quest to find the antidote so that we could talk to the first acolyte. We found it.
We also took one syringe and we gave it to the acolyte, who we then found out is actually a child of Satan, not just a random person. And she turns into this. Currently, the amount of power that's being unleashed would lead the Acolytes straight to us, so Zobek is using his magic to cast a spell of confusion, he says, to shield our presence, at least for a short time. Because, you know, they couldn't see this massive destruction all over the city either.
I will bathe in your blood in the presence of my father.
Again, just trying to go for Blizzard here. This boss doesn't quite freeze properly, so...
Yeah, this is always kind of annoying to get Blizzard off of her. You can try to set it up using Void Projectiles, but Church got her relatively low, so he's kind of at a risk to dying to that strategy.
Okay, cool. No, no. Okay, you cannot have health. Thank you. Like, there's no way you still have health. Alright, now my favorite skip of the entire game. And by that I mean, this is the skip that I've spent the most time on. And it does not save anywhere near as much time as any of the skips in LOS 1.
Listen, we'll take what we can get.
It's true, we will. Okay.
What Church is trying to do, he's trying to create a grounded state while in the air to relaunch and get a little bit of extra room to get on top of there. So that went relatively smoothly. 2 attempts is pretty good.
I also managed to get enough height on the second one that I didn't even need the mist form, which is nice. Sometimes you need the mist form to force yourself up there.
Yeah, sometimes you need mist or guillotine or combinations of stuff. So now we meet Trevor, who seems more receptive to us, but he does mention that the Mirror of Fate is broken. His Mirror of Fate is a pocket mirror. The original Mirror of Fate was this huge ornate mirror inside of the game Mirror of Fate, but I do have some reasoning behind that. Okay, are you ready for this, Church?
No, but let's hear it.
Okay, so you don't technically need the entire Mirror of Fate. I know that's a simple answer, but it's supported in the game because if you recall in the game, Castlevania Mirror of Fate, one Simon Belmont has only a fragment of the Mirror of Fate, and it can still show him and manipulate his destiny.
Okay, sure.
So this is Agrius. He is Pan's brother, Pan being the old god that we killed in LOS 1. He's very angry at that and kind of went insane with his brother's death and the corruption of nature in general, both from man and Gabriel. And he's going to try to kill Gabriel. So we bait him around the corner here just to make sure it's safe to make that sprint for the door. Normally that is a much more prolonged stealth section where you have to worry about the leaves creating sound and such. But since we move so fast in stealth due to that tech, we kind of outrun him the entire way.
What direction is it? It's this direction? No, this direction.
Oh, okay, so it does take 2. So that's a thing that I kind of discovered doing a casual playthrough recently. Normally we would throw a Chaos Orb towards that bird, and that would have this little animation where it's kind of cute, turns him into a roasted bird. But that takes 6 seconds. You can actually just throw 2 void projectiles and kill him without the animation. A little bit faster, even if it's less fun. Ultimate Blizzard doing work here.
Oh. Oh. Okay, that was weird.
Big Storm Hammer. T-Hawk would be proud.
In case you're wondering, we had to watch most of that cutscene. I wasn't just watching it for nothing.
Yeah, much like in the first game, a lot of the unskippable cutscenes are due to QTEs, which is super awkward because I mentioned in this game they allow you to kind of turn off QTEs, but they still make you watch it.
Is there a magic font in this room? I don't think there is there?
No. But there'll be the one that's in the room just before you have to rat, I think, right? Actually, you can rat, and then you need to use the one to get chaos bombs anyway, to light the furnace.
Yeah.
So we got a piece of the mirror to give to Trevor, who desires it. Now we're headed to the domain of the toy maker.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Whatever.
We're going to try to freeze these guys in place so that they are incapacitated for rolling this thing.
Cool. Thanks, dude. Thank you for not hitting me when you definitely had the chance to. Oh, I've made a grave mistake. I can fix this. I made this mistake every time I've run this game.
So Toymaker is a bit awkward. We're going to be getting into a fight with a boss soon. Church needs to be careful about one move in particular. There is a grab move the boss can do. If that grab move happens when Church is still in Ultimate Blizzard, it stop blocks the game and he needs to restart from checkpoint, which loses him his Ultimate Blizzard. Or Infinite Blizzard, I should say. So he does need to take some care with that, but it's usually not too bad as long as you don't get kind of caught in an awkward animation. But for now, a little bit more rat forming.
And I have now actually opened the notes I have with what I need for the next section. Because I never remembered that I need notes for this part of the game until right now.
It's kind of an interesting setup because since the Shadow Portal needs to regenerate, you get a little bit of extra time to get more magic. Now, does Church know how to count? We'll find that out very quickly here.
No. It's 1, then 2. That's 1, 2, 3. No, it's 4. I got through somehow. And then it's 2. No, it's 1. Okay, there we go. Mostly know how to count.
Acme brand sandbags there.
And in case anybody was wondering, no, I'm pretty sure jumping doesn't actually make this faster, but
it's something to do.
I don't know, what else am I gonna do? Yeah, it's keeping me sane. if it does make you faster, it is entirely unintentional.
All right, you want to talk about the toy maker?
So the first part of the toy maker is a play that we are going to have to put on successfully, and it will tell you a little bit about the story of the toy maker. Hello? Oh, okay. Using the wrong scheme to try and move. That's on me. So the toy maker used to be a regular person, and then Walter came in, and I actually don't remember. Walter is a bad person for some reason. You probably know this story a little better than I do.
Yeah.
But something along the lines of Walter convinced the toy maker to come make toys and then enslaved him, and then the toy maker went bad.
So basically, the toy maker is the star pupil of Ronaldo Gandolfi, the person who made a lot of the armaments for the Brotherhood of Light. And a talented toy maker, Walter Bernhard, who is a known diabolist and one of the original masters of the castle that we're currently in. He basically possesses a demon to the toy maker's spirit. The toy maker, fearing the danger he might cause, secrets his heart away with one of his puppet creations that he grows to love like a son. And then basically is put into a deep slumber. And right now, Gabriel has rose him up from that slumber after retrieving his heart in order to try and find a piece of the Mirror of Fate that he thinks that the toy maker has. After discussing this a little bit, I had thought that there was a pretty major plot hole with the toy maker as appeared in Mirror of Fate and as appears in here with his heart. That's the grab he needs to dodge, or else it's bad news. What else was I going to say? So, what I get from it is that after the events of Mirror of Fate, basically, the heart is still secreted away, but the castle itself attempts to work against Gabriel getting the Mirror of Fate and revealing his true destiny, and thus that is how the Clockmaker is secreted away in his golden casket. Or, sorry, glass casket. That's the best explanation I can come up with, is that the living castle entity is directly attempting to oppose Gabriel fulfilling his destiny by getting the Mirror of Fate. And now, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Oh, no, just out of range. Where am I going? I'm going this way.
Funny enough, do you know who... So, right now it's Castlevania City, and Gabriel was the master of Castlevania. And then Carmelo was the master of Castlevania before that. And then Walter Bernhard and the Bernhard family were before that. But do you know who was before that?
I don't actually know.
It would be one Victor Frankenstein. Due to his...
Interesting. Okay.
And due to his abhorred experiments and disgust for life and perverting it, Carmela, who used to deeply love life as a Brotherhood of the Light, promised that she would one day bring great horror and punishment upon him, which she then proceeded to do as a Lord of Shadow.
That's really interesting.
As a note also, I think, if I recall correctly, I think the castle was possessed or had a demon instilled in it during the Bernhard's tenure with the castle. But it might have been before that. Bernhards were kind of jerks. They're kind of directly responsible for basically everything that's wrong.
Yeah, sounds accurate.
They're, to my recollection, they're also the ones that summoned the Forgotten One in the first place.
I think that is accurate. I think I remember that being the case. I thought... Oh, okay, that's on me. I was gonna say, I thought I dropped a misform too early, and then I went and I dashed, completely dropping myself. That should be enough. Did I miss the magic font already? I think I did. I think it was before here.
Been mentioned a couple times in random things. It should be noted that Lords of Shadow is its own timeline, completely distinct and apart from the rest of Castlevania continuity.
Yeah, this is its own thing.
Now, the real question we need to ask is Kid Dracula in continuity? And the answer is probably yes.
Probably.
Yes, because he has Space Lord Garamoth that he defeats. And the Time Master Death from Castlevania Judgment the Fighting Game makes very subtle references to events in Kid Dracula at the end of the game. Well-known canonical game, Castlevania Judgment.
There's like no fonts anywhere in this game. Holy.
Since we have a Silent Hill kind of marathon thing happening tomorrow, I guess plug it real quick. Did you know, we mentioned Gradius recently. Did you know that Gradius is in the continuity of Silent Hill?
I'm sorry, what?
It's true. At the end of Silent Hill, the arcade game, if you get the UFO ending, the protagonists of the game fly off in the Vic Viper to save a captured girl.
That's hilarious.
And then there's like recorder music.
That's pretty cool.
Now you might be like, Turbo, that's stupid. None of this stuff makes sense that you're saying. There's no possible way. These are clearly all gag endings and stuff. Listen, they're in the games. Okay.
I call it canon. That sounds canon to me. No. Oh, no, give me this. Thank you.
I am also technically canon in Silent Hill, but the less said about that, the better.
Okay, that's certainly a thing to end on. Alright. Oh, okay, please don't knock me here. I'm gonna try this, like, once or something.
And if you know what I'm talking about, if you just happen to be a person that knows what I'm talking about, you deserve better than what Konami gave you.
Alright. So we're gonna try and skip the climbing up here. This is not the easiest to do. I'm gonna try it a few times, and then I'm just gonna do it the normal way. Again, this saves not even close to as much time as any of the LOS 1 skips save.
That was still really bad. Oof.
Yeah.
Like, that's probably the hardest part of the trick, is getting that first jump, but it's still not over after that, as you just saw.
Yeah.
And you make that look a lot easier than it is.
I have definitely spent a lot of time on this. Okay. Alright, Gabe. You're not gonna... Alright. Not gonna cooperate on these railings.
Maybe someday I'll be able to make a video to kind of show you that direct attack to get on top of railings at some point.
Yeah, I just don't seem to be able to get the same setup you do. Where the hell did I go?
Listen, sometimes the camera just needs to invert itself 3 times.
I completely lost where I was there. Alright, there we go. And then immediately, I'm just gonna call it.
Oh, I did find out something interesting.
One of these.
I don't know if you knew this, but you know the cross platform? I've recently found out that you can actually jump diagonally. Like, you don't have to go to the center and then go across.
Really?
Yeah, I have no idea how I did it, but I did do it in casual.
Oh, like that? I went all the way down. Are you kidding me? I hate this game.
So yes, but from an opposing one. So like, not on the same one, but jumping from one to another.
Yeah.
Which is like a 1 second time save, at least for what I used to do.
All right. Okay.
Church has got to slow down here a little bit.
Church is getting impatient.
Got to simmer down there.
Church is getting impatient. Alright. Sometimes to go fast, you have to go slow. Sometimes you need to chill.
Nothing loses time like trying to save time.
I wish that weren't true. Are you... Yeah. I'm falling apart here, Turbo. I'm falling apart.
So if you're wondering like what the issue is here, from an outsider's perspective, so the problem is whenever you add sideways momentum to these things, this game has a very, very structured platforming system. And whenever you try to do something to kind of manipulate it to do something to maybe save some time or save a cycle, a lot of kind of the anchor points that kind of gravitate you towards them, a lot of them will break or just not be as effective. So because Church is sometimes adding like a sideways momentum to them, sometimes he is causing them to lose momentum or jettison him off into an odd direction. So, any questions in the chat regarding any lore? I'm trying to think of other silly things to mention about the storyline of this series. I haven't picked on Mirror of Fate yet. What can I pick on with Mirror of Fate? Oh, so yeah, you so Trevor and Simon managed to defeat Dracula. I mentioned this before, but it has to be said again. At that point, Dracula has the power of the Forgotten One. Part of that DLC is a stealth section with Gabriel where if the Forgotten One sees you at all, he shoots a laser beam and you just die. No questions asked, no check on health, no ability to dodge it, you just die. So basically, if this guy looks at you, you die. And Gabriel gets his power. In addition to the power of a several thousand-year-old vampire. And, you know, apparently they just again, a game had to happen, so they just forget that that's something that Gabriel can do. There's also a variety of fences in this game that, despite you having mist form, it's only certain gates that you can mist form through. Very strange. Ooh, nice skip there.
I'm mad
so we
that
kind of missed it
happened.
a little bit there. We kind of missed it a little bit there, but basically there's a hooded figure that seems to resemble a fighter of the Brotherhood running around, but to people's understanding, the Brotherhood's kind of wiped out at this point. However, there's a powerful figure that Gabriel is pursuing that appears to have the powers of the Brotherhood and has relics that are very similar to the relics that he had in Lords of Shadow 1. Spoilers, because they are the relics from Lords of Shadow 1. How is Zobek still alive after the shenanigans he pulled at the end of LOS 1? Good question. It seems to imply in this game that Zobek, after he was, beat up by Satan, he went into heavy hiding, potentially in the Abyss or in the Land of the Dead, and has kind of stayed in hiding there until he has had to reemerge to try and oppose Satan. Because he knows Satan is going to beat him extremely badly and find him no matter where he is, because Zobek got the majority of his powers over the necromantic arts from Satan when he was in hell. I think this is Abaddon, I want to say is his name.
Yeah,
this is
Abaddon.
another awkward boss with Infinite Blizzard, because if you freeze him when he is in the middle of his kind of rampaging phase, which happens about every 66% or something, you softlock the game once again. Because of this, it's important to sometimes disengage and throw these chaos bombs to force him into that phase without freezing him.
And I'm just gonna play it very safe and only do that. He's not rampaging for some reason, which is weird.
Yeah, I'm hearing people say, they're like, who is the main character of this game? They're saying Gabriel.
Here we
Isn't Dracul, what the character would say. Both are technically true. He is both Gabbo and Dracula. Okay, so correct, EOD. Zobek directly betrays Dracula. The reason why he goes with Zobek is because Zobek, well, first of all, Gabriel, when he wakes up from his sleep, is extremely weak. So he kind of needs help. But secondly, Gabriel also joins him because Zobek offers him a chance at death, because Zobek has acquired the vampire killer out of the Abyss and put it back together. Presumably with chewing gum and glue or something. And that is kind of the one thing that Gabriel desires, is to pass on to another life and be granted peace. It is mentioned at another part in the story that the reason that Gabriel is reluctant to move away into the shadows or lead mankind to their own devices or not be the Prince of Darkness is because should he disappear, Zobek or Satan would come out of hiding and dominate the world in his absence. Which, guess what? That's basically exactly what happened. When Gabriel disappeared for like 1,000 years or 500 years or whatever, they eventually get, well, he's probably gone. So let's take over the world, guys.
I need to stop trying to dash up doors.
I think the thing that kind of disappoints me is, like, I actually think they had the skeleton of making a pretty good mythology and story with Lords of Shadow 1. And then they just go to great lengths to betray most of the things in that game.
Yeah.
And contradict things in it, and even contradict their own games. Like, there are contradictions in Lords of Shadow 2 for the content in Lords of Shadow 2. I'm trying to stay relatively positive and give you guys the overall scope of stuff. I apologize if I sound kind of critical. I'm doing this just as a joke thing, you know? Like, it's... If you enjoyed the story for stuff, more power to you. That third one. So this is an awkward place where Church is attempting to bypass a lot of these enemies and just platform up. The problem is that they shoot very fast, and there's a lot of them. So it makes it really awkward to try and do this. Typically in my own runs, when I did runs, this is where I would break my Talisman of the Dragon just to clear these guys out.
This is
Church
probably where I'm going
take this approach.
Yeah, we're behind enough. I'm just gonna do it. Just gonna pop it.
Gabriel releases his dragon sexual energy to kill everything. Again, very similar to the Dark Crystal in Lords of Shadow 1, which actually in the next few minutes, we are going to see what the Dark Crystal holds inside of it. I did skip the few Dark Crystals that we had in Lords of Shadow 1 because it's a skippable cutscene. This one will not be. Keep in mind also that in Lords of Shadow 1, the Dark Crystal is used to power Titans, power the entire Agardian war machine and magical development process, and it's strong enough to kill most enemies in a single attack or drive most bosses down to half health. Enemies can't even oppose the demon inside. It just tears them apart. So this is clearly a member of the Brotherhood of Light due to his armaments and training. The ruins around the area locked away the magic that Gabriel has, but by breaking out the floor of the area, he's able to recover his magic.
Until I defeat you.
Now we have to
Now
destroy
we have
the
a giant
pillars.
Brotherhood member.
Oh.
The meme, 5'10" versus 6 foot.
And we are not able to skip this.
So Dark Crystal.
We are actually going to, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see it on stream because there is some nudity, and we are going to cover that up. But it is a giant creature.
So the giant demon inside the Dark Crystal, Gabriel just completely tears apart as it tries to attack him.
just
So not even
completely
the Demon of the
eviscerates
Dark
it.
Crystal is enough. Yeah. So it's at this point we find out that this is Victor Belmont, the quote-unquote last of the Belmonts, last of the Brotherhood of Light. And he has tried to protect the citizens of Castlevania City underground from the mist that turns people into demons. So, kind of a plot issue here. Gabriel then offers him the antidote in the container. He does not pass it off to anybody. It's technically still on him. So he doesn't give it to anybody, and we're going to lose access to that antidote on him. Now, there's a couple problems with this. Number one, we only got one syringe, so technically we already used that on the Acolyte. But let's say there's a second dose inside of there. It's actually not as bad as you think, because you might say, well, they'll just make more of it. Biochomech is the only major pharmaceutical that's in the city, and that's controlled by Satan's followers, so they have no way to reproduce this antidote or create more of it. Another implication you could have is that he intends for Victor to use it to inoculate himself. But he also seems totally fine running around. So, kind of awkward. Kind of awkward.
And then there's the part that comes after this. Which also I take issue with.
Victor is such a cool design also. It's a shame they didn't do more with him in this.
Yeah, I agree. What I would really like is a drop.
So Victor rescues a challenge, which calls down basically an avatar of the second Acolyte to appear, so now they can track his magical power to his base. Unfortunately, Victor dies as a result of this challenge. Dracula is then pulled back into Castlevania as it once was, or kind of a pocket dimension in here, to fight Inner Dracula, which is his own cursed blood. Yay, we now have double jump.
In the end, we will be as one.
I'm gonna try and farm some focus here instead of popping anything, because we are running low on orbs right now. Or not orbs, on demons.
Consume your soul.
Ow. Unfortunately, sometimes the Blizzard just does not cooperate on this enemy. So, I think it is technically possible to get Blizzard off of that enemy. However, that would not matter. Also, we have Blizzard, but like, it's technically possible to get it off of that enemy. And we're immediately going to drop it for this section, as soon as we hit a checkpoint.
I will drop it.
Will be the up the chimney.
Yeah. Where the hell? Go. Cutscene. Return to checkpoint.
So now that we have the magical trail of the second acolyte, we find out that he's the leader of a major weapons manufacturing corporation, and he's inside of the building that's near us.
Okay, I don't know why that happened, but we're gonna hope that doesn't matter.
So Gabba is going to kind of get the business here coming up because a game had to happen.
Yeah.
And he technically doesn't have all of his abilities at this point. Pay no attention to the fact that there's just a statue with a heart there.
Yeah, we haven't talked about those, but that's how you would get health back if you weren't abusing blue magic, the void magic.
Or drinking blood, you know, either or.
Yeah. So there's
You'll
this
notice
ominous
Trevor heads that way.
Kind of stands there. And this acolyte, just eviscerates us, and is now just playing with his food. We are, literally, we cannot do anything. We're literally crawling for our life here.
This is Darth and Nurgle. It is actually his name, Nurgle.
Yeah. That is canonical.
We thought you dead.
So if I'm unlucky here, the game will game over me. Sometimes it can just decide you didn't go fast enough and then you just die.
But basically, by heading down that hall that Trevor went through, we are now transported to the castle as it was. Nurgle realizes that his power isn't quite the same in this version of the castle, and he possesses some statues that are here to attack us.
They all share the same health bar, so it actually does not matter which one you hit. They will all die in the same order, though. Ah, crap. So, I forgot that it doesn't die on, low health. It doesn't die on no health, it does on low health. So I do not get the last blizzard of the game. Which isn't a big deal, you only really do it on, have it for one real fight. That's not true, you would have it on death, which actually would save, but well, it doesn't matter, it's fine. Getting Blizzard off of this fight's relatively new anyway, so.
Now we're reaching the point where the Mirror of Fate has been complete, and Trevor's gonna kind of reveal to us what happened in the time between the defeat of the Brotherhood at Castlevania and the time that Dracula was in the hibernation. But first, gotta track down that third acolyte. So, Mirror of Fate. MacGuffin of the second game. Glorified key in this game. You know, I'm just saying a key actually fits in your pocket.
Right? This is not that.
Fascinating.
Okay, because things are gonna happen relatively quick, do you want to talk about what happened after the death of 500,000?
Alright, so the long and short of it is a very convoluted scheme was I'm on the wrong thing. A very convoluted I'm also on the wrong platform. A very convoluted scheme was created. So they both Alucard and Dracula recognized that in order for either Satan or Zobek to show themselves, it would require Dracula to go missing. Kind of like what happened. So in order to draw them out, they had to make Gabriel go into a slumber to disappear. But also, after Gabriel came out of his slumber, they anticipated that Zobek would go to Gabriel in an attempt to barter with Gabriel to defeat Satan so that Zobek could rule the world. The problem with this is that if Zobek... So Zobek can read minds, so if Zobek detected any trace of betrayal in Gabriel's mind, he would just kill Gabriel while he was weak. So they go through this whole ordeal where Alucard stabs Gabriel with a chrysogam so that Gabriel doesn't have memories of all of this, so that they can go ahead with this plan.
Okay.
Additionally,
but Church,
yes,
they already killed Dracula, and he didn't lose his powers or lose his memory. What's different this time?
So the difference is that Zobek has the vampire killer.
Oh
so
no!
He could.
I meant, why would stabbing Dracula matter?
Oh.
There is an answer to this.
All right.
I'm feeding you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm blanking, so go for it.
All right. So the reason that what's his name? The reason that Gabriel will be kind of put into hibernation is that sword that Alucard has isn't just any ordinary sword. That is what he calls the Chrysagram.
Gotcha.
What the Chrysagram is it is a combination of two elemental swords, the Igneous Blade and the Glacian Blade, but more importantly, it is forged using the metal from the stake of the vampire killer that was in Carmilla. If you recall earlier, the vampire killer is the only weapon capable of killing Gabriel. That is in its full combat cross form. He only has a small fragment of it built into the blade. So because of that, this weapon is actually able to put Gabriel down for some time. That being said, I'm going to pose a couple of quick questions. So, besides him reading the script, How does Alucard know that by stabbing him, it will put him into a amnesia coma that takes away his abilities and not just kill him?
That's a great question.
In addition, Alucard mentions, he says, why would I join Zobek? And Alucard says, because he will offer you the one thing that you truly desire, death. And then Gabriel goes, he has the vampire killer. Gabriel went to great pains to leave this weapon in the abyss, which Zobek got a hold of or beyond that. How does Alucard possibly know that Zobek has the vampire killer? Alucard doesn't even know where the vampire killer is at this point.
Yep, he has no idea that it was left in the abyss.
Or that Zobek took control of it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of assumptions being made with Alucard's plan here.
I guess he just assumed that Zobek would figure a way? Question mark. I
mean, it's not even certain that Alucard knows that the vampire killer can kill Gabriel, like, for sure. The only indication we have of that is at the end of Mirror Fate 1, it says, this is not how a vampire is supposed to die. Because he knows that his father will be back. Anyway, this is Zobek's swarm in this game. He realizes that he's about to be betrayed, and they're like, well, we don't need to have you anymore, Zobek. We know who the third Acolyte is. So let's deal with you. I guess while you're cleaning this up, there's not much happening. We're going to clean up Death and Zobek, and then we're going to make our way over to the summoning ritual for the third Acolyte, bringing Satan back. So what's happening with the castle? I will give you my best explanation I can. It is based off of my understanding of 3 aspects of the story. Number 1, Castlevania itself is inhabited by a demon, and the castle can mutate and transform and regenerate itself based on damage to it. Possibly influence the builders of Castlevania City as well, though that's not entirely confirmed. That is kind of what I am thinking might be part of it. Secondly, Dracula is extremely powerful, to the point where he can subconsciously create his own almost pocket dimension or own reality localized to locations. And 3, there is an ability in the DLC. In the DLC, you cover Alucard. Alucard has an ability called Timeless Vision. Timeless Vision allows Alucard to make the castle as it once was in his memory, and Alucard has memorized the castle backwards and forwards so that he can recreate it with perfect accuracy. I originally thought that Timeless Vision was the entire premise behind this, but based on a single line in Timeless Vision, that doesn't work perfectly. So my current working theory is it is a combination of the castle morphing, Gabriel's latent power, and Timeless Vision working in tandem to create this second castle. This is also supported by the fact that every time you go from one castle to the other, it is always a result of the White Wolf, Trevor, or Alucard. They are always part of that process.
And I think that's one of the better explanations because that certainly beats anything in game.
Again, this is the best explanation I can come up with. I'm not saying it's true. Maybe some Spanish guy from Mercury Steam will be like, no, that is totally wrong. But that's all I can come up with, based on what we're given in the story. If you're wondering where the reforming of the castle comes from, we learned that the castle is built or has a demon enslaved to it in the first game. This game, it is specifically covered in the Chaos Clause data log. A couple other places too. Talks about how Gabriel, like, in his rage, started destroying the castle and it started reforming.
To find out where the last acolyte went.
Yes, Father. We need to hurry. I'll let you know if I find.
You're wondering why Alucard is in the Lieutenant's armor. That is also part of the DLC. During that, it's just before Gabriel wakes up. The minions of the castle, Latent Power, steal the Void Sword and the Chaos Claws and attempt to secret them away. Alucard retrieves them and puts them in their place. And after he does that, he removes the chrysogram from Dracula so that he starts to wake up. That draws Zobek towards him. Zobek's original lieutenant, the demon in armor, finds Alucard. They duel. Alucard defeats him, takes his armor, and poses as that demon and Zobek's lieutenant the entire time.
Alright, we're good. Everything's good. We're fine.
That was a nice... That would be the other place where a demon talisman or a dragon talisman's really strong. Just keeping those guys from interrupting your climbing. The nice thing is they do tend to fight one another, both the mechs and the demons,
yeah.
So sometimes you can get away with that. As for the rest of the story, I have kind of little to say. Most of it's going to speak for itself after this point. Hopefully I've made this as approachable as it can be, I guess.
The story is very convoluted and very confusing. So you might have noticed that the mission on the fast travel, which is the first time we've used fast travel, there's fast travel in this game. The mission indicator was telling us to go somewhere, and I ignored that. There's actually just a faster way to go where we need to go. So I'm just going straight there.
If for some reason the Mercury Steam people are watching, I'll say a lot of people give you guys guff for these games. I don't think they're terrible. I don't think they're great. They're fine.
I don't think
one I think is a legitimately fantastic speed game, personally.
I found him, Father. The acolyte is in the cathedral where Zobek...
I think these are good games. I will give them a lot.
I'll be kind and say I did not like Mirror of Fate. I'll be kind to say that.
I wish there were more skips in it for a speedrun.
Now that being said, I mean, people seem to really love Metroid Dread, so if the lessons they learned in Mirror of Fate help them to make Metroid Dread, then, you know, all power to them.
That's true.
Glad it worked out.
And here we have our last
So
Mirror of Fate puzzle.
I assume we're going to get kind of a cutaway here for some of this cutscene coming up.
Yep.
All you need to know is that Satan is summoned, and he is pretty displeased with the third acolyte for leading Gabriel and Alucard straight to. Also,
Displeased is...
Since we beat him up in a fist fight in the first game before we got any extra powers, Satan has been hitting the juice, taking a lot of steroids, and he's still too much of a coward to directly fight us.
In the name of Satan,
I guess.
Lord of the
We can leave it off for a few seconds.
the world, I order the forces of darkness to pour its infernal power over me. Let the gates
I will say the unfortunate part about this is that there are few cutscenes that would be really great if you could skip for Twitch TOS. I guess only one of them. This one's just like... This one's pretty bad. For anybody who is weak of stomach, it is not great, so... So this is Satan, definitely hit the gym. We'll see more of him in a second.
Codpiece. Yeah, remember how they had that artistic kind of black inky mist kind of alluding to his infernal origins in the first game? Kind of an elegant look. Let's just give him a metal codpiece instead.
I despise incompetence.
Alright, and we are back to our
I must
jacked up Satan.
This is Leviathan. He's a very powerful old god. And per the DLC in LOS 1, I learned this during my replaythroughs. This guy was actually imprisoned and sleeping underneath the castle. That's how he ends up here. And during that time, Satan found him and started subjecting him to torture and building his power and hate and malice. So if you're wondering where this big whale demon dragon thing came from, it was there. It was in a DLC for a game you probably didn't play in a single entry of a Daedal.
People are confused why that showed up. It is a very graphic scene that just happened, and some people might not want to watch it, so we just kind of block that off for people. Oh, you're not even the last one. I thought you were. Alright. That got really loud for some reason. I can now hear you again. I need to remove Grinch. Yes, I do. Thank you.
And we're back.
You missed the scaling section. It wasn't that important.
So Satan possesses Alucard because he knows he is too weak and too much of a wuss and can never beat Gabriel in one-on-one. So he has to hope that Alucard's strong enough. Is this the most appropriate game to not today, Satan?
Yes, I think actually it is. I was actually being really cautious with my
Why not
demons.
possess Gabriel? Well, he can't possess Gabriel, number one, and number two, Alucard was unconscious during the, there's like a massive explosion of energy that was meant to destroy the world from space. And Alucard was knocked unconscious.
Yep.
Don't hit me, father!
How is Gabriel stronger than the devil? Yes.
Gabriel just went to the gym more. Time is coming up very soon. Okay. I will apparently run out right before time. It was like one tick of void off.
Now the true gambit. Will Gabriel choose his family, as Alucard requested of him? When the time comes, choose your family.
I know you, Gabriel Belmont. Your feelings will betray you. You won't kill your son to destroy me. You don't know me, Satan.
Not today, Satan.
You were wrong about me.
And there you have it. We get left with this cliffhanger of a third game. Which, despite all of the things we've said, I do want a sequel. I want the story finished. Because they very much allude to it, and I have no idea. I don't know. That's the problem, though, is like they kind of alluded to a third game, and then they didn't give it, so.
Because, I mean, they kill Satan, right?
God is next, then.
Go the JRPG route?
Yeah. Once you defeat Satan, you have to defeat God. That's how it goes.
Father.
But yeah, that was Lords of Shadow 2. Thank you so much, Turbo, for being here for commentary and for doing the run earlier. Really appreciate you being here. Like you've been kind of saying, I think these games are good. I think they are worth playing. They aren't perfect, but they aren't bad either. If you don't deep dive into the lore, it's better.
Regularly go on sale as well, if these look interesting at all to you.
Yeah, I think when I bought, because I had already played the original Lord of Shadow. I think I have it on Xbox. But I bought Mirror of Fate and Lord of Shadow 2 for like $10 Canadian 5-7 years ago when I first got them, so they do go on sale pretty regularly. If you're interested in them, wishlist them on Steam, take a look for it. With that said, do you have anything else you want to say before we end tonight, Turbo?
Final bit of symbolism, Gabriel breaking the Mirror of Fate, declaring basically that he is no longer to be a pawn or manipulated by fate itself, and he will carve his own path. And there's a pizza sign right in the background. Perhaps Lord Pizza will be the next enemy.
That's our next final villain. He took all of our pizza and we want it back. Alright. That's been our Lords of Shadow showcase, everybody. All 3 games. Pretty cool. Like we've been saying, you should check them out if you're interested. With that said, we have nothing else for you tonight. Tomorrow we'll be back with Silent Hill. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Silent Hill, so we'll be running a bunch of games from the Silent Hill series. We are going to rerun, for anybody who showed up late, we're going to rerun today's show after we end, so you can watch it from the beginning. And just a few quick reminders, we do have PAX East coming up, the 21st through 24th, and we will be there. So if you're interested in submitting, you can go to paxeast.gamesdonequick.com. And also, even closer than that, we have Frost Fatale coming up 3rd through 10th. Be sure to check us out, or check Frost Fatale out during that. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatale to learn more about that. See y'all tomorrow for Silent Hill. And again, thank you so much, Turbo, for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for setting up the marathon.